Hey everyone, it's Louisa from Feel Good Astrology, and in this video I'm going to deep dive into Mercury Cazimi or Cazimi, tomato, tomato, however you want to say it. We know what we're talking about, right? So in this video I'm going to explore first of all what a Cazimi looks like. You know, how does it come together? I received a little bit of prompting from somebody who was watching in a previous episode saying, hey, you haven't given the full story. So I'm going to show you how a Cazimi might look, or try to illustrate it so that you have a feel for what it means. Also going to explore Mercury to a greater depth than usual. It's not a planet I really pay too much attention to, and I have to put my hand up and say, actually, I was born with Mercury Cazimi myself. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about sort of Mercury, the Cazimis, the 6 of them this year. 3 of them are direct. You know, Mercury is moving forwards. In the other 3, Mercury is actually going retrograde. So I'm going to be talking about those differences and how they might show up in your chart. Now, the reason why I wanted to do all 6 rather than just focus on this particular one is because I'm doing another video about that specific day anyway. Because on the day of the Mercury Cazimi, it's a really big configuration, I would say. So we've got Mercury in a conjunction with the Sun, which is you know, the moment that the Cazimi happens, like that absolute moment. And I will define the Cazimi in the next chapter. So if you are wanting those definitions, I'm going to go further with those. But essentially, Mercury and the Sun come together, and on the same day, the Sun and Saturn are coming together, and on the same day, Saturn and Mercury are coming together. So they are in the tightest of tight conjunctions at 9 degrees in sign of Pisces. Like I said, I'll do a separate video about that, because we are setting off, or the planets are setting off, a whole heap of new cycles for us to work through and enjoy. For instance, we've got, you know, the Saturn-Sun cycle, the Mercury-Sun cycle, and obviously we've got this one, which is the Mercury-Sun cycle. But in this particular episode, I'm just going to keep it straight to Cazimis, or the Cazimis, because there's something in it for everyone, I think. And, you know, we hear a lot about Mercury and Mercury retrograde. That's, I think, what most people know about Mercury is, oh, we must fear Mercury retrograde. But, you know, I want to explore what Mercury represents at a deeper level. I've even hoiked out my old book, my very first astrology book. This is like 35 years old at least, to see what their definition of Mercury is. And I've got some definitions from the internet, and also some reflections that I've come to observe about Mercury as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a deep dive, and in part 2 you will learn so much more about how this Cazimi is showing up in your chart, and the cycle of events linking each moment to the next and the next and the next and the next. Because, you know, the Cazimis, whilst these are the least rare Cazimis, you know, Mercury goes into a Cazimi, you know, many times a year, it's still counted as a personal planet. So it affects us. You know, I mean, a lot of the videos I do are mainly about the outer planets and how they're sort of affecting group consciousness, and how that group consciousness might filter down into us and what we might pick up. But this is very much about who we really are at some level. The Sun, very much about our ego. Mercury, very much about our mental functioning and our nervous system. So I'm taking you, if you want to, I'm taking you, a bit like a messenger, a bit like Mercury, I'm taking you on a journey of your thought processes, your realizations, your surprises, how to use this energy, because I think we're going to need extra consciousness this year. I'm not saying you personally might do, but I think we are on a journey of mystical and mythical proportions right now. I think you'll all probably agree with me there, you know, with Pluto into Aquarius twice this year. We've also got, Chiron North Node going on right now as we speak. It's in its conjunction. We've also got Jupiter and Uranus in a conjunction. They're coming into the perfection of that. We've also got a bitching new moon total solar eclipse in April. This is a massive time of the year. So I really think this is a good time to take you by the hand and let's look at how we can use the power of Mercury to understand our lives in the context of the greater world and get some relief. Because if we're not getting any relief, what the hell is astrology for? As far as I see, it is here to help us. It's here to illustrate where we can find some peace, find some relief, find some freedom and grace. And that's my whole intention here. For those of you that are new to the channel, hi, I'm Louisa Tanner Munson. I'm a Brit living in Portugal. If you're here again, then welcome back. Thank you so much. So anyway, let's have a look at this. Now, the first thing I want to do is just show you how you can find out about the Cazimis and explore them yourself. And it's really quite easy because we've got some fantastic tools that are freely available to everybody. And this is a really, really great tool that I absolutely recommend to everybody, and that's to use AstroSeek. So all you need to do is go to astro-seek.com. And then if you put your cursor over Astro Tools and come right the way down to planetary cycles, then what you should notice, I should have put this on present. You'll see my whole desktop there, won't you? It's not very professional of me, is it? And when you click on planetary cycles, it brings you to this page. And actually, this page is worth having a look at as well, because you can actually understand the synodic cycles. And like this Mars cycle, it's really interesting. It's showing you which star sign it's spending, or zodiac sign it's spending most of its time in this year, etc., etc. And it shows all sorts of different things. I was about to click on it as if I was doing it live, but I'm not. This is just an image. But anyway, at the bottom, you see Cazimi and combust planets. And then you get this little aspect calculator. Now, you can choose any of the planets here. It goes all the way down. It's even got Lilith in there. It's got Chiron. It's got the nodes. But we're just interested in Mercury. So you click on Mercury, and then you can set the year that you're wanting to do the search from. But then you need to consider what angle or what difference of degree you're looking to search on. And that will make a bit more sense when I come into the next part of this and talk about the actual Cazimi itself and the different, specifics of how a planet is classed as it comes closer and closer and closer to the sun. But suffice to say, you've got different options. 17, see what you've got here is the degree, then you've got the minute of arc, and then you've got the seconds of arc, which are all measurements of the angle. And I don't know if you can see it, but right at the bottom, you could select 17 degrees, and in brackets it says Cazimi orb of 0 degrees, 17 minutes of arc. So yeah, you just hit calculate and it will bring up a whole list of the times when Mercury is in a Cazimi position for the specific year that you have selected. Now, the next thing that I'd like to just show you is the specifications of, how people consider the coming together of the planets to, what they're meaning. So I was trying to work out what would be the easiest way to describe this, and I thought I'd use a ruler. Now, this is a ruler, and it's in centimeters because that's how we do it in England. But so if you imagine each of these centimeters is actually there to represent a degree. Now, the exact Cazimi is taking place on February the 28th. I can't remember the exact time. I've got it written down somewhere. I'll tell you in a minute. But there is an exact moment, and that is the exact moment when Mercury and the Sun are absolutely together. Absolutely, 100% together. And it's considered to be in the heart of the sun. It's the definition, Mercury is right in the center of the sun, of the sun's rays as far as we can see. So there is this point in the middle, but let's assume that the sun is always here and Mercury is coming closer, coming closer, coming closer. And then he's moving further and further and further away. Or in fact, both the sun and Mercury are moving, at different speeds, and one is catching up with the other, and then they start to separate, which is actually a more reliable description. But anyway, with and it varies the orb here, like the 12 to 15. It can be 17, I think, with some planets. But anyway, the considered orb that I've been using is 14 degrees. So when Mercury is like 14 degrees away from the sun, but coming closer, or they are coming closer together, then in this yellow area here, Mercury is known as being under the beams of the sun. So it's a bit like being a party, and there's a center of attention, and the people around the person that's telling the joke don't really get much attention. They might get a little bit because they're slightly on the outskirts, but the center of the attention, the main focus is on the sun. And so Mercury's powers are known as being less, he's less himself. His mental capacity is slightly dulled. It's just not as articulate as usual. Now, as Mercury gets closer and closer, when it gets to this 8-degree mark here, 8 degrees away from the sun, he's known as being in a combust position. So he's really being burnt up by the sun, like the sun is absolutely kind of drowning him out. Obviously not drowning because that's a water analogy, but in terms of the heat, Mercury is actually considered quite weak when he's in this combust position. And then when he gets 17 minutes of arc away from this exact point, he's known as being in Cazimi. Now, he's not in an exact Cazimi because that happens absolutely here, where they are both in exactly the same position. And then, as they move apart from each other, all the while they're just within 17 minutes of arc in closeness, in proximity, they are known as being Cazimi. And then, as they separate, he becomes combust again, and not on his top game. He's not on his game. He's weakened by the sun. You can't really hear him. You can't really articulate him. You can't really work with that energy very effectively. And then finally, as they start to separate again from 8 degrees up to 14 or whatever that particular orb is, he's just considered to be under the beams. So what we're saying is, as these planets are coming closer and closer to the sun, they are gradually weakening in their energies, in the way that they express themselves. It's a bit like Superman picking up kryptonite. He feels he like doubles back, and if he was given more and more kryptonite, that's a little bit like as he's in the moment of combustion. But then this bit here, the span of Cazimi, it almost becomes a gift. It's like all of a sudden the sun is illuminating the energy. The sun is almost like a torchlight shining through the planet, giving that planet extra energy, giving that planet extra shine, extra dazzle. If we were still at that party and the sun is the center of attention, it's like the sun has saying, hey, you Mercury over there, come here and tell me that joke, and so everyone else is still listening. The sun is holding court, but is allowing Mercury to speak forwards. Now, obviously, none of those descriptions or analogies are in any astrology book that I've ever read, but this is how I'm trying to put it into layman's terms. So, we weaken, we get seriously weak, and then all of a sudden it's like we've got a halo over Mercury's head. It feels really, really strong and strident, and all of a sudden really comes into his power. And it's borrowed power, really, because it's powered by the sun. The ferocity of the sun's heat, or the idea of the ferocity of what the sun represents. And then it weakens and weakens and weakens. And then as they come out of this whole dance together, then Mercury is just on his way and, just doing his thing. So that's, you'll hear these different terms: under the beams, combustion, span of Cazimi, exact Cazimi. So they come in and then they separate. So I hope that was helpful. And that's why when I was talking here under Astro Tools, that I was saying there are these different ways that you can search. So for instance, if you're looking for when Mercury is combust or under the beams, you might actually click on this drop down menu and look from 14 degrees to see, when he's under the beams, and then from 8 degrees and 0 minutes of arc, that would give you when he goes combust. And then if you just have that at 0 and that at 17 minutes of arc, then you'll find the exact Cazimi parameters. So I hope that was helpful in terms of explaining it a little bit more. Like I said, I've said in many videos, I'm not the best astrologer out there. I'm just one who really wants to try to deliver information in a way that everyone can access. A lot of astrology books look a little bit overwhelming, or appear to be a little bit, a little bit academic. And I think that can be off-putting for a lot of people. And I see astrology as a tool that everyone can use if it's made accessible. And so that's really why I do what I do. I try to share this to help everyone really as much as I can. So that's a little bit about the Cazimi. Now, let's have a look at Mercury before we go any further, because I've spoken about, Mercury, he weakens in power, etc., etc. And, but let's focus on what that power actually is. Let's get a little bit clearer about that. So you've probably heard that, at times of Mercury retrograde, all of a sudden it's dangerous to travel, or that your emails will go astray, and this, that, and the other. And that's a real kind of potted version of what Mercury represents. And just by searching on the internet and typing in, tell me about Mercury, or, what is Mercury the god of, etc., etc., immediately you learn that Mercury is the Roman god. The Greek god is Hermes. He's a god of translators and interpreters. He was the most clever of the Olympian gods and was served as a messenger for other gods. You also see god of commerce, eloquence, travelers, communication, messengers, and trickery, financial gain and commerce. Again, there's things like luck and trickery and thieving. Also talks about boundaries, and I'll explain that in a second. Other things that come up: he's the god of shopkeepers, merchants, and travelers, transporter of goods. He's also the god of commerce. Now, the one thing that I really like here from the World History Encyclopedia is that he's a mediator between the gods and the mortals. So he's going between realms. So from that perspective, I really see him as somebody who is able to deliver consciousness or share consciousness. Is like a bolt out of the blue. There is this higher mind. Now, Uranus is known as the higher harmonic of Mercury. And so, when I talk about Uranus, I really do think of consciousness and telepathy and all of the mind waves and this, that, and the other. But Uranus isn't always easily translatable into our birth chart unless there's something connecting Uranus to one of our personal planets, like the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, or Mars. But Mercury really helps us to form pictures and words in our head. He is the communicator. So I've got my old book from years ago. And one of the things that they're saying here, he's born of the capacity for thought and the desire for knowledge. So I love that word, the desire for knowledge, the idea that he is raising awareness to a conscious level. I think we need that right now, right? In modern times, those who qualify as pilots gain their wings. And Mercury, he's got wings on his ankles and wings on his helmet. Mercury is associated with dexterity and agility of movement. So, Mercury is often associated with youths, with children, with somebody who's young at heart, somebody's able to move very, very quickly. If you think Saturn is very much arthritic and kind of calcified. Saturn represents old people. Mercury represents the youth, the uprising of young energy. And of course, that energy has a lot more agility. They're able to move a lot more. Traditionally, Mercury is known as a boy god. Its power is strongest in early youth during the period of education when we're learning to talk, walk, read, write, seeking to discover the nature of our environment. But the power of the mind is great. In the beginning, there was the word. With Mercury, we're able to translate, and I think this is where eso.org have said that he's the god of translators and interpreters. Because if you think about it, we have been using our voices to articulate and share how we're feeling. And so, or what we've learned, we are telling stories, we are creating history from doing that. In the beginning, there was the word. Where did it say that? Yeah. And also the pen is mightier than the sword. It's the idea that Mercury is giving us the function to be able to take what is here and do the process to ensure other people can feel that. Now, I've often wondered, and I wonder if you have too, if we've always had language. Why has language come about? I wonder if there was a time when we were just telepathic, in the way that animals, when you see them in their herds or in their shoals, like fish and whatnot, and birds, when they're flying in their flocks, they all seem to know when to change course. They all seem to move as one. They all seem to know. It's as if they have this shared consciousness. When I first arrived in Portugal in 2017, we had these massive fires everywhere. And the animals, we got very aware of an approaching fire, because all of a sudden the birds in our area all of a sudden started to make a load of noise, and they all just took flight. So, there is this extra sense that so many other species seem to have. And I wonder, I wonder why we started to use language rather than continue that way. But anyway, it's a way of making whatever is here, what is felt, what is known, it's taking it into words. Now, he's also known as a mischief maker. Is good for criminal activities. And he represents our urge to understand and communicate through speech, writing, symbols, and also through movement and traveling about through knowing things. He's also associated, like if you have Mercury in quite a challenging position in your birth chart, it also has been said, I disagree with this sometimes. I would look for a few different signs, but it's said to show an inability to communicate or a difficulty to be understood. So, your desire to be understood, your desire to be able to, share what's here out there. It is a transaction, isn't it? Which is very much like, Mercury taking a product from one place to another. He is the god of marketplaces, hence why we know him as a god of commerce, shopkeepers, merchants, and transporter of goods. He's also said to rule the thyroid gland, relaying messages within the nervous system. If you think how quickly all of those relays are taking place, it's very much to do with the speed that we've got with Mercury. So I can see why, the parcel delivery service is known as Hermes, and why Mercury is used there. Now, you might notice that Mercury often has the caduceus, that snake wrapped around what looks like a staff or something, which has been adopted by pharmacies and things like that. Mercury is also you might also think of him in terms of the magician, if we're talking about tarot cards, because the whole idea of being able to present lots of different options and be quite articulate and also possibly, trick people. Mercury is absolutely cognizant. So it's your power to understand and your power to communicate. And that obviously includes emails, all our business, our telephone calls, our text messages, all social media. So travel as well. He's he is the protector of people when they are traveling. And also because he is protecting people when they're traveling, he's also a conductor of the dead. He helps to take the dead over to Hades, also known as Pluto. Now, in terms of his family, he is the son of Zeus, which is Jupiter. And Jupiter is one of the children of Saturn, and Saturn is one of the children of Uranus. So Uranus is his great grandfather, Saturn's his granddad, which again, young and old, and Jupiter, is his dad. Jupiter's full of ideas and magnificence, and I guess Mercury has got that sense of expansiveness because he's here, there, and everywhere. So I hope that's given you a bit more of a feel for the energy of Mercury. And of course, if when Mercury goes retrograde, a lot of people go, it's terrible. The darker sides of Mercury can come out. So maybe the speed at which messages are relayed and travel occurs is impeded or made a bit more difficult. And you might find that transactions, I wouldn't necessarily choose to get married or start a business or do something really big like buy a house necessarily when Mercury is retrograde, unless there were other astrological reasons that might, suit, that particular occasion. For instance, if you've got it in your chart and you use that energy really well. So one thing I do say about Mercury retrogrades, and I will do a separate thing about Mercury retrogrades, a separate video, I think it's a time to go inwards. So, Mercury direct is when we're going outwards, when we're moving forwards with speed and grace and agility, when we're able to really use that energy in a fine way. When it's retrograde, I just see it as it's a time for us to review. So retrograde, I always think RE. We rewind, we reintegrate, we re-energize, we reflect, we reimagine ourselves. We've got this great capacity to review everything when everything is going retrograde in terms of Mercury. So I hope that was helpful. Maybe sounded a bit of a rant, and I hope not, but let's see how we get on. So let's have a look at this particular first Cazimi, which is taking place at 9 degrees 14 in the sign of Pisces. Now I've put, I just moved my mouse and we lost it. But at the bottom of this slide, you'll see the yellow, red, blue and green kind of ruler thing, which I used to describe when Mercury was under the beams, when he was combust, because in the Cazimi, combust and under the beams. So here you can see that actually Mercury, I'm recording this on the 20th of February. Mercury is already under the beams. He went under the beams at the 8th of February, 2024. So he's already not in a very strong position. From the 18th, he went combust and it's the 20th today. So Mercury right now is combust. He's really being kind of burnt out by the sun. He's a bit worn out. He's not functioning in a super duper way. And then we've got the Cazimi, and the whole Cazimi from like this blue period of where it's just 17 minutes of arc and to the actual point, and 17 minutes of arc the other side. So a total of 34 minutes of arc is, when he's in the Cazimi. And this is GMT. This is for, it's the London time zone. I will put in the show notes other time zones of the whole Cazimi moment. So wherever you are, and I shouldn't say wherever you are because I'm not going to do all the time zones, but I'll do 5 different time zones in the description below. So you'll have the full length of the Cazimi and also the moment that is it's exact. So here is the chart of when the Cazimi goes exact on the 28th of February. Again, this is GMT. This is London, Lisbon time, the time zone that I'm in. It's at 8:43 a.m. But, he's Cazimi from 10 to 1 in the morning until 4:34 in the afternoon. So it's quite a big period of time. Now, this period of time is where he's absolutely functioning at super levels. So if we remember that, you know, Mercury represents, like, he's a conduit of consciousness. He's representing a raising of awareness. You know, that's one of his highest abilities, I guess, is to raise your awareness in a really strong way. And he is also very much about the nervous system and getting everything, like, relaying properly, all the messages working in the right way. He's got an ability to sort things out, really complex pictures. And he's got a really great way of, as I said earlier, he's a messenger from the gods to humanity. So he has got a great way of communicating a message from out there to deep inside. And, you know, you might have it, and actually this is how I have it as well, that like the God energy actually is deep inside us. You know, I've never actually opened up my body to see what there is. It could be a flipping portal to all that is, you know, and anyone that's had a baby, I'm sure you'll have had that sensation at some point where you feel like you've got the whole of the universe in your belly. But anyway, I digress. Moon in Pisces here, so go figure. But anyway, you know, we are able to access, if we try, this higher level of awareness, this ability to really create something magical for us. It's an opportunity for us to absolutely be channeling from our highest sense of self. And for you, it might be God, it might be your higher self, it might be the universe. You might have 100 different words for it, and that's absolutely fine. But it's that sense of brilliance, that sense of, wow, yeah, I'm cooking on gas here. So it would be really worth you checking out where your birth chart has 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces. Now, I'm not going to put my chart on display. I could do actually, but just so you know, it's right over my moon and Jupiter conjunction. I've got moon, Ceres and Jupiter all between 9 and 11 degrees in the sign of Pisces. So I'm kind of curious to see what this energy brings to my emotions, my moon, my sense of expansion, which is very much about Jupiter, and my sense of nurturing as a mum, you know, with Ceres. So yeah, there is this kind of big opportunity. There's this opportunity to rethink things and to have some kind of, I don't know, brainwave, some kind of great idea or concept. But anyway, it's happening at 9 degrees. Now, it's also interesting to check out the astrological weather on this day, because, you know, it's all very well and good that you're going to the beach because you heard it's going to be a sunny day. But if there's also some kind of storm approaching from another direction, and there's also a flipping parade going on, I think it's really good to check out the bigger picture before you do anything. So yes, Mercury is Cazimi. And like I said, and it'll be covered in a separate video, he's also starting a new cycle with Saturn. Now, Saturn is his granddad. So it's like young and old coming together. And you could actually say the sun represents an adult, you know, because, this is a great book. Oh, crikey. God, what is it called? So is it I will put the title of this fantastic book in the notes. Let me just write a note. And it's about transactional analysis, and it's written by Spencer Grendal, I think, off the top of my head. It's about astrology and the games that people play, and it talks about Saturn, the sun and the moon. It's Saturn representing the parent, like the parent archetype in us, the sun representing the adult archetype in us, and the moon representing the children, like transpersonal analysis, you know, parent, adult, child. You could actually sub in Mercury here to represent the moon, because we are talking about the childlike aspects. So you've got child, adult, and grandparent, parent, adult, child, all together at 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces. So yeah, if I was in your shoes right now, I would be getting my chart up on the screen or out of a file, or however you've got it. And I would be looking to see what part of your chart is being lit up. And if you know which part of, which house is being lit up, then part 2 will be quite helpful, because I'm going to look at it from house to house, first, second, third, right the way through to the 12th house. So once you know which part is being lit up by this aspect, you'll know where your new idea might come from, or how it could transform your reality. Also on this day, and this is where I was talking about astrological weather, what else is happening at the time of this Cazimi? We've got an emphasis on the ongoing North Node Chiron conjunction that you can see here in Aries. And actually on this day as well, we've got the moon in a conjunction with the South Node. So there is also this element of time travel, I would say. The moon, our emotions, and our psyche can take us into the past. Is it past lives? Are you doing some kind of shamanic experience? Or are you just remembering what it was like in your childhood and working out what that means for your healing in the future? But there's definitely some kind of, I say definitely, I shouldn't use that, but it would appear, I'm trying to give choice in the way I use my language, but it would appear that, we are bridging two sides of our reality. We are fully feeling the effects of the past, and also feeling future pain, or feeling difficulty or dis-ease in ourselves. And so that is existing as something to resolve. So very fascinating that Mercury, that does have something to do with healing and additional consciousness, is having a word in our adult self's ear, and also talking to our future self that is going to be the older version of us. So I think that's kind of interesting to examine. At the time of the Mercury Cazimi as well, Jupiter and Uranus are already applying into their conjunction. So you've got, and also, Mercury actually is in a sextile to Jupiter, which is his father, and is applying into a sextile, it's quite wide, I have to say, but is applying into a sextile with his great grandfather. So, with mythology, you've got Mercury connected to his dad, his granddad, and his great granddad. So are we going to have some kind of brainwave that is going to bridge reality between all the generations? To me, this is a huge sign of intergenerational healing. And the invitation of that. So I love that. I love that a lot. We also still have, obviously, Mars and Venus have moved away from Pluto, which I spoke about in a previous video. But Mars and Venus are still very much in their conjunction as well. So, there's this potential for intergenerational healing, and maybe even conversation. For those of you who are quite shamanic in their approaches, you may well choose to talk to your ancestors. You might put yourself in, I don't know what your process will be, but for instance, when I was pregnant with all of my children, I would have a bath, and sometimes light a candle. And for me, I would imagine, or I would invite the element of my ancestors down the female line. I would imagine that I was connected to every single female that had born a child that had led to me. I would really feel the timeline of birthing throughout my DNA to see if there was some kind of knowledge or some kind of knowing. And actually, I never really felt anything other than the sense of connection, which I hoped would, somehow be transferable. So, we can do anything with this energy that our imagination and our curiosity will give us. If we're really curious, we can really make the most of this. So it's definitely an invitation to you to think much bigger than your present self, and to think in terms of every other family member across your generational timeline, your DNA timeline. And, you might not want to apply it to your family. You might want to apply it to how you see society being laid out, and what's going on. And, with this Venus and Mars coming together, it's also the balancing of the masculine and the feminine aspects of yourself. So lots and lots and lots of stuff going on there. Wow. I didn't know that I was going to say all of that. That's why I love doing these videos. I hope you don't mind, but I'm learning at the same time. I get into my own little flow. So what I'm going to do in the next section is I'm going to have a look at all 6 of these Cazimis, how they're playing out according to where Mercury is in your chart right now. Now, often when I do this, I say, okay, go to your ascendant. Like if your ascendant is Scorpio, check out this forecast. And if your ascendant is in the sign of Aries, check out this forecast. And I give it to you that way. This time, I'm just going to say, check out where Mercury is, which house is Mercury going to be in? Now, it might be that you do have Pisces ascendant and Mercury is Cazimi in your first house, but that's not necessarily so. You know, some people have said, well, actually, you said that something is in my first house. I'm using a whole sign model here because it's the thing that applies to the most amount of people in one go. But obviously, if you've got some skills at interpreting your chart, you might find this useful just to say, okay, where is Mercury Cazimi in my chart this moment? Okay, it's in my 4th house. Click on that particular forecast. And here are the other Cazimis for this year ahead. You'll see there's 3 retros. So it's direct, retro, direct, retro, direct, retro. You'll notice that there's, fire, air, fire, air, fire. I haven't gone further into 2025. But there's definitely this fire air quality that is coming on, where the fires are all the ones that are retrograde. And actually, when I do a Mercury video in the future for the Mercury retrogrades this year, they are all in the fire sign. So that's something else to bear in mind. So we are looking at the Mercury capacity through the air and fire elements. This first one is in water, and then it's going to fire, air, fire. So I'm going to look at all of that. You'll notice some of these are at the tail ends. So we've got, in particular, the one in June and the one in August are at the tail end of their signs, like 24 and 26 degrees. So again, if you've got first house Mercury Cazimi, this one in Leo or this one in Gemini, whilst it looks like it might be a 4th or a 6th house Cazimi, for you it might be the 5th and the 7th. So, use your common sense. You might want to look at all the different forecasts and piece them together separately. But, I'm trying to create something that works for as many people as possible. So this is my offering to you. So, in a moment, I'm going to run through each of these almost like a cycle of thought and really allow the sort of channeling energy to come in as well. But before I do that, I just want to really take a moment to thank all of the people that are sponsoring this channel. And you can choose to sponsor me too. You can see that you can join my community here on YouTube if you choose to. There's also links where you can buy me a coffee as well if that's what you prefer. But for those of you who have sent me a little donation or a regular donation, I really, really thank you so much, because you're making a difference to my life and meaning that I can actually spend more of my time creating videos, which is actually what I'm really passionate about. So thank you so much. Really, really, truly thank you. So let's have a look now on a house by house basis, how these Cazimis are going to show up and delight us and create change for us in this whole year ahead. Hey, so this is a forecast for those of you out there with Mercury Cazimi in the first house. It also corresponds most likely with people who have got their ascendant in the sign of Pisces. So for you, we've got this, let me just get my mouse up. We've got this first Mercury Cazimi showing up in your first house, and it's on the 28th of February. It's at 9 degrees 14 in the sign of Pisces. Now, where this is in terms of your chart and how the subsequent Cazimis occur, this is setting you on a path of enlightenment in terms of how you understand yourself. So having this playing out in your first house is very much energizing to who you are as a person, what you are, like what is your brand. It might be that suddenly the penny drops in terms of what it is that is unique about you, what is great about you, what you're here to do. It's very, very much about your identity. And if this is happening in your first house, this is actually, I think, quite a lucky and beneficial event. It's giving you some form of direction as to where you're going in life. It's not about everybody else, which is obviously a very sort of like deep Pisces vein. you know you're often thinking more about other people and not very boundaried about what goes on. But having this Mercury Cazimi in this position is really giving you a sense of who you are, a sense of self. It could also give you a bit of a brainwave in terms of your body and your body image and where that's going, and possibly the boundaries of your body, like the skin of your body, how to work through any issues with how you're presenting yourself. So I see this as actually being quite a physical Mercury Cazimi. Now, obviously, Mercury is also about movement, and it's a messenger. It's taking something from A to B. You may well find that this speeds you up somewhat, that you're moving around in particular, or possibly that in the process of moving and being active, that you're getting more brainwaves. So this is actually quite exciting. Now, as we go through the year, the next one to occur is at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries, and it's retrograde, and it's in the second house. Now, this could be very helpful if you're trying to work through understanding how your finances are going and really getting to some key insight as to what you're putting into that situation. Like, what are you doing that is creating your financial situation as it is? This is deeply reflective. It's almost like you're able to see into the eternal blind spot that is money and value for you. So it's allowing you to see what you've not been quite prepared to see so far, that is giving you something that you're like, aha, this is really helpful. Now, the interesting thing about this one in April is that it's also in a conjunction with Chiron. So, in this spring, we've got the Chiron and North Node conjunction. And then on the 8th of April, we've got the total solar eclipse where the sun and the moon are energizing this spot. And then, we've got the Mercury Cazimi that's also retrograde over this spot. So you might also want to pay a little bit of attention to what this spot is representing to you, because there's some level of hurt and a feeling of karma with this. What karma is playing out in terms of your self-value, your concept of how much value you're bringing the planet, or how much value your life is creating within your community. This is very much about some kind of clearance. And it might be that the poor feelings that you periodically have about yourself and the way in which you're having them, it might be that is the key to you receiving more money, to fixing and solving your money issues. So I see this as being a very reflective, but actually very brilliant moment. I would say you're probably favoring introversion on that particular day, at that particular time. And so in the lead up to this particular, and this is a very, very strong one, I would say, really pay attention to your thoughts about the value you're bringing, and pay attention to the meaning of the Chiron North Node conjunction in that part of your chart. So I hope that's helpful. Now, as we're moving along, the next Cazimi to come up is on June the 14th, and it's at 24 degrees in the sign of Gemini. Now, on that particular day, the Cazimi is also party to a square with the moon in Virgo, and it's also square Saturn in Pisces. So it's a very stressed out Cazimi, so the sun and Mercury are in a square to the moon and a square to Saturn, and the moon and Saturn are in opposition. It's in a T square. It's forming the apex of a T square. So, you know, you've got things going on, absolutely pulling from the themes of what is right about you versus what is right about your people in your life and what is going on at home. So as I see it, the June the 14th Cazimi is about having a breakthrough about how you're living at home to balance the needs of the people in your life versus the needs that you have. Now, it turns out around this time, the people in your life are possibly more needy. They're requiring more from you. They seem more emotional. They seem more triggerable. And it feels like you're just wanting to be quite straight and quite boundaried. You know, you're wanting to say, look, you know, what have we agreed on? How are we going to do this, etc., etc. So at this particular time in June, what I really see is this Mercury Cazimi is giving you an understanding of how to work through the tensions that you have for needing clarity versus the people in your life that seem to be confusing things and not having clarity at all. So that's an interesting one. It's also one that might bring up a feeling of loneliness. So, you know, it's one where you're kind of feeling at odds with being yourself and enjoying being yourself versus having other people kind of complicate things somewhat. So I do see you getting some freedom around there, though you're probably most likely wanting to be at home during that time. The next one along is in August, and it's in the sign of Leo. Again, this one's retrograde, so it's calling for you to go internally to really seek out what's going on inside rather than seeking to solve things on the outside. And this one also is a little bit stressed out. So in particular, this one has a square to Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So there is this strong square going on, sort of connecting the third house and your community and your peers and possibly your siblings. It's all very much about how you're showing up in your local environment, and how you are. You know, it could also have something to do with how you experience difference in your world, in your life, and how you enjoy it. Now, what is also going on that particular day is it's also happening on the day of the full moon. So the moon is actually in the sign of Aquarius, in your 12th house. So you're likely to feel very sensitive to other people's judgments. You're likely to want to disappear a little bit and to feel a little bit more remote than usual. And this Cazimi is showing up in your sort of everyday world. So to me, it feels like there are everyday real world scenarios coming up, challenging you in your local environment where it's feeling that things are a little bit unsteady in your unique environment where you're living, and it's having a knock-on effect on how you organize your life. Now, obviously, this is quite an important year. There's a lot of things going on with like Pluto in the sign of Aquarius, finally, and coming out, and then going back in again. We've also, you know, got the Uranus-Jupiter conjunction, the North Node Chiron conjunction. It's all very big. So this is a year of massive change. And I think that by the time August is coming along, for you and your lives, it feels like things are quite unsteady and that you're not entirely sure how to organize yourself and feel quite safe and feel quite commanding in your world when it feels like things are falling apart, that things are quite diverse, and yet in the diversity of it, it's creating disruption. So there's a lot of sensitivity going on. It almost feels like your sensitivity is in overdrive and you really need to somehow calm your nervous system. If you remember, Mercury also has to do with our relays in our brain, our nervous system. So I would absolutely use this Cazimi as it arrives in August to think in terms of self-care, in terms of how to manage your physical health versus your emotional health, how to get some mastery over that so that it doesn't matter what's going on in this area of your chart at all, that you can ride the storm and actually feel quite resilient. So I see this one is really building on resilience for you. The next one in September is in the 8th house, which is also in quite an interesting position because it's actually in a conjunction with the South Node and in opposition to the North Node that's down here. So there's an element of remembering family wealth, or remembering the family treasures, remembering the family inheritance. And by this, health, treasures, inheritance, wealth, inheritance and treasures. It sounds like I'm talking about money, but it might not be. It might be your DNA. It might be the remembrance of family members, long gone, and you're remembering the value that they're bringing. The eighth house is definitely about other people's money and resources, but it's also about the unique relationship that we have with others that we're close to or related to, and their judgments, blame, shame, guilt, anger, regret. All of these things can only happen in relationships. You don't have any of those if you don't have any people in your life. But, we're born with people in our lives usually, and we learn to judge ourselves. So this one, I think, could give you an absolute clearing in terms of any judgments that you've kept on yourself, you've held over yourself almost at gunpoint. And to me, it feels like you are about to have a leap forwards in your consciousness. You're able to resolve the feelings of anxiety, resolve the feelings of not good enough, resolve the feelings of absolute, I'm just not worthy, or I'm not born with everything I need to be able to handle this. And to me, it just feels like there's this awakening moment. There is this opportunity for you to jump further ahead and to really move beyond your current concept of who you are and your self-value. So I really see that really kind of fits in with this one. It's building on this one from April, whenever that is, April the 12th. And it's bringing it back round. It feels like you've learned something. And then the final one of 2024 is in the sign of Sagittarius. It's at 14 degrees in Sagittarius. It's retrograde. To me, and this one has got very strong astrology as well. It is actually in opposition to Jupiter in the sign of Gemini, and Jupiter is retrograde. So it's interesting because the ruler of Gemini is Mercury, and Mercury is here in Sagittarius. The ruler of Sagittarius is Jupiter, and it's retrograde in the sign of Gemini. Both of these planets are in their they are in their detriment. They are not working very well. They're not happy in these signs. They're also both retrograde. So they're highlighting the 4th and the 10th polarity for you at this time. Now, the 4th and the 10th is very much home versus away, private versus public. And so whatever is going on for you, it feels like how you perceive the world, like this polarity of Gemini and Sagittarius is about learning. It's like learning facts and sort of like number crunching, like learning this is the way things are. It's quite rational thought. And here we've got expansive spirituality. So it's a different kind of context. And so you're really sort of being challenged by the two rulers of the opposite signs, both retrograde. It really feels like everything that you've learned to date in your home, from that place of safety, is in question. With Jupiter retrograde through here, it feels like, wow, everything I've known, everything I've trusted, everything I've had faith in, is being reversed for me. And then up here, in this place where you normally feel quite expanded and really eager to show the world who you are in your unique way and to really trust in yourself here, you're actually not feeling very empowered to do it. In fact, you're starting to look back at your values of career and reputation and generosity and receivership. It feels very, very odd. So as Mercury, as the Mercury Cazimi story is ending at the end of 2024, I would say it is creating actually quite a lot of tension. Now, there is another aspect to this. As this is taking place, it's also in a T-square with Saturn in Pisces. So, whatever you're thinking, the reality of it is what solves it. So the reality is it doesn't matter what you're thinking in terms of, what you learned as a child and whether it's true or not, and what that means for you standing in the world. Actually, what is most important is, how do you feel in yourself as a person? How do you feel in your body? Very much in your structure, because like Saturn here could resolve this. I also want to just say, this is all happening right in the middle of Mars and Pluto and their opposition, which is taking place sort of on this cusp here, which, funnily enough, is pretty much at the quarter point between these two as well. So yeah, this is an actual time of disruption. That this last Cazimi of the year is almost putting a whole new context into play, when there are fears of what's going on in terms of the global vision. It feels like the global vision has just got a little bit stronger and more imposing with Pluto here, in opposition to here, where actually there is this sense of, actually, I want to creatively organize my own life, thank you very much, and live it very, very sovereignly. So yes, a bit of tension. So as we look at the whole journey that you're on, to me, it feels like as you take this February one to heart and really learn about how you can change who you are or feel different in your image, it then is taking you on this journey of value versus other people's judgments. And it's also taking you on this journey of home versus away, and also how to restructure your life. To me, it feels quite fundamental. It's giving you these opportunities to release energy, and to have these brain waves of a new way of being. I think this last one is in particular very, very poignant. So yeah, I hope that's helpful for, to understand these key points, where you can actually find these moments of release and freedom. So there you go. If this is taking place in your first house, or if you've got Pisces ascendant, that is my forecast for you. Okay, so I'm having a look. So for those of you that are having their Mercury Cazimi in the second house, or for instance, you might have Aquarius rising, or possibly Capricorn as well. So you've got this second house Mars Mercury Cazimi. I guess what's going on here is the opportunity to really see a new possibility in terms of your money, your finances, to get a much better sense of freedom, a much better sense of what your unique value is to the world, and how the world is prospering you. I would say, and I think this is really important to recognize, is the more open you are to receiving, the more likely you are to receive. So a lot of people with this rising sign here tend to believe in equality, and that we should all kind of receive a lot, but there's almost like a bit of a shame about having more than other people, or being favored, or having some kind of privilege. But really, I think this is creating an opening for you to realize that what is coming into your world, how you're being benefited, how you're being profited, how you are receiving, it's good. You are drawing your energy into you. So the more clear you are in terms of feeling like you have a distinct value, valuing who you are as a person, the more clear you are, the more easy it is for you to receive this money. And I absolutely recommend, if you are feeling guilt about privilege in any way, shape or form, that it's time to release some of that. Now, this Cazimi in particular is also setting off on a cycle with Saturn and Saturn at the same time. So it's going to take some discipline. It's not something that's going to come naturally to you. But if you are wanting to earn more money, the first thing to do is recognize where you have put guilt on receiving money. Anywhere where that exists, if you're happy to let that go, that would really, really help you right now. But it's going to take some discipline, thought, and effort. Now, the next Cazimi to turn up is in April. It's at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries. It's retrograde. It's in the third house. It's interesting because this one is right slap bang on the point where we had the total solar eclipse earlier in April on the 8th of April. It's also very, very close to where the Chiron North Node conjunction's been taking place this year. So it's a very, very sensitive part of your chart, and one that whatever you're having a brainwave about, whatever you're getting freedom, and whatever you're thinking through in a new way, and where new consciousness is coming to you, it's there to help you heal. It's there to create an even deeper healing of what has already been set in place in terms of how you are in the community, where you feel like you belong, where you feel like you have support, where you feel like you can be social. Any of those hurts and pains and insecurities in those areas are coming up for a brand new like an insight, a fresh insight. Now, this is retrograde. So again, I don't think you need to be going out to find the answers. I think they're coming to you, and it comes to you through deep reflection. So the more you are deeply reflecting about the sense of belonging, and the desire to belong, and the desire to, feel part of the world, the community that you exist within, the more you can reflect on that and observe it, and rethink your offering, rethink how you've been, and like turn the situation upside down, the more insight you're going to get. So I hope that's really helpful. Now, this is moving on to the next Cazimi, because on June the 14th, we've got it in the sign of Gemini. Now, it's at 24 degrees in the sign of Gemini, and it's pretty strong. I mean, Jupiter's already there, which is kind of interesting, in the fifth house, adding to creativity, giving you this sense of creative impulse and a creative curiosity. That's all fun. And it's there to explore. But at the time of this Cazimi, it is also in a square to it's in a square to the moon in Virgo, which is highlighting your 8th house. It's also in a square to Saturn in Pisces in your 2nd house. So what I really get here is that there is a sense of release, that whatever resource issues are still playing out, wherever you are still feeling guilt or feeling shame in terms of earning, and also where you are shameable, because the 8th house is all about guilt, shame, blame, and anger, and also other people's money and other people's attitudes to money, and possibly how you're not worthy of their money, and also about death, taxes, and this, that, and the other. So, all the payments for things like social security taxes that you might know you need to pay, but might not be able to afford to pay, or where you feel shame about how you are resourced in this world. It's relieved by this brainwave of creativity. There is something coming in to kind of surprise and delight you. It's the tension being created can be resolved with creativity. Now, the 5th house is also a place where we might choose to romance, where we might have a new, fresh start. And it also represents new attitudes with our children. So, for instance, your children might have a new way of seeing how your money works. They might have fresh ideas that can inspire you. So I see this one as being quite fun. Now, the next one, which is in Leo, and it is square to Uranus in the sign of Taurus, and it's also in opposition to the full moon. So it's got some very, very strong programming. It's got strong astrological weather on the day that it's taking place. This one is highlighting solutions in terms of how you relate to other people. So it's giving you an idea of how you can have a better relationship, have more fun in your relationship, how you can resolve those ongoing issues that keep coming up again and again. But again, it's not one that you necessarily need to seek like a reconciliation with a partner in your life or a friend in your life, or it's not for you to go out and seek somebody necessarily. The answers are coming through your reflection. This is retrograde. Mercury is going retrograde. I think Mercury retrograde actually starts in Virgo in August, but comes back into the sign of Leo. But this retrograde is I think, to help you rethink where other people's judgments have created a barrier between you and other people, and how you might want to play that out. How can you come back together and find peace with people when you have different versions of reality? How can you find a peaceful relationship with people even when you're not actually feeling very peaceful? So this is absolutely about turning your relationships like 180, like turning them on their side. But you're doing it privately. This is internal work. This isn't really to have a conversation with other people. In fact, I think if you're actually having this conversation with people at this time, you're likely to create that opposition that you're seeking to eliminate. I don't think you can solve the problem by saying, okay, so I'm here and you're there. But hey, let's find this place in the middle. I think it's for you to recognize your position, because the moment you say somebody's over here, you're pushing them away. How can you integrate these energies? So that's the challenge. So full moon, square in Uranus, my goodness, this is intense. And because of the square with Uranus, I would say it also could be resolved with quite a flash of lightning. I think this actually could be really quite beneficial. The following Mercury Cazimi, which is happening in September, on September the 30th, it's happening around your 9th house. And it is interesting because it's in a conjunction with the South Node and in opposition to the North Node. It's bringing up some of these feelings and discomforts that you've experienced earlier on in the year at the April Cazimi. It's reminding you of your need to belong or your conscious decision to get a sense of greater belonging within your environment. But at the time of this Cazimi, it feels actually like you're reminded that you're from a different consciousness. You're reminded that you are more international. You're reminded that you're a child of the world or a child of the stars, and actually not of your environment. So this Cazimi, if anything, is to delight and energize and extend your understanding of the world. This is absolutely to create an expansion. This is the one that I'm most excited about for you, because this to me looks like the most fun, and it's reminding you that actually you've always known this. It might even connect you to past lives. If you're shamanically inclined, you may well find that lots of extra information and insight comes up for you. Now, the last Cazimi of 2024 is actually quite a troubling one. I don't see it being very naturally easy, but I do think it could open up existing situations really quite wide. It's taking place when there's some astrological weather that appears actually quite there's a lot of opposing energy. So, for example, when this is taking place, it's taking place when Pluto is in opposition to Mars, and Pluto and Mars are going to be in opposition to each other for approximately from November, 5 months, maybe 6 months. It's quite a big window of opposition of those energies, where you're really feeling that life is being imposed upon you in a certain way, and yet it feels like other people in your life are saying, come on, you need to decide, not have it decided for you. So it feels like your head is being turned by the people in your life who are trying to get you to see the world in a different way. And when this particular Cazimi shows up, it is in opposition to Jupiter in Gemini, which is its opposing sign. And of course, Mercury is in its opposing sign. So neither Mercury nor Jupiter are particularly strong in these signs. They're also both retrograde. So it is like they are mutually receptive, and yet not functioning very well. So, Mercury Cazimi is this moment where Mercury is supposed to be absolutely super strong, really understanding what's going on, really being able to get a good, clear, concise picture, some fantastic insight, for things to be delivered, for information, for consciousness to come through. And yet at that time, there is this internal struggle between what's imposed on us versus what we want, versus what other people are thinking of the world, versus how we want to extend in the world. And it's also very much about the co-creative process. So, there is a part of you that is wanting to create on your own because you can trust the things that you're creating on your own. And yet there's also this pull to be creating with other people the world that you want to live in. And it's very, very difficult. And it's not necessarily resolved. One resolve or resolution point is actually down here, because where Saturn is in Pisces, it's giving us this sense of another option. Now, T-squares aren't very easy to resolve, but this apex here shows what would be most beneficial to focus on. So in this time of where you're not sure if you're creating with others or creating for yourself, and others are saying come this way, and you're really wanting to stand your ground and feel like this is where I am, this is how I need to be right now. Actually, the thing that will really determine what happens is most likely your resources coming in. So can you resource, can doing things with friends and co-creating with friends, can that be resourced comfortably? If it can't, then it's not quite possible for you, because without the resources to be able to live, it's going to be really difficult for you. Now, there is the argument that when you come on board with your friends and with society, that you'll be supported. But has that happened ever in your life in that way? This is a huge game of trust, I would say, with this last Cazimi of the year. And this is actually quite, I would say, the most tricky Cazimi. So, at its highest expression, I think we've got an opportunity to see beyond the whole picture and to have this massive sort of awakening moment where in the midst of all these oppositions, we go, oh my God, I get it. But again, it's retrograde. So it's an internal process. So whatever is going on outside, you need to be having these conversations inside. And it's like, as you go inside, that's when the grace appears. So there you go. So I hope that was helpful in terms of understanding where these brain waves and flashes of insight are coming for you in this new year. I say coming for you like they're hunting you down, but how they're showing up to surprise and delight you. So there you go. Hope that was helpful for you. Okay, so let me just check I'm still recording. I am, yeah. So if you've got a third house, let me start that again. If you've got a third house Mercury Cazimi taking place in February, i.e. taking place here in the sign of Pisces, it probably means that you've got your rising sign in the sign of Capricorn. It might be Sagittarius, it could possibly also be Aquarius. But anyway, I'm going to look at this on a house basis, and hopefully this will fit your model well. But anyway, the Cazimi showing up in your third house is there to really give you some insight in terms of how you create a better relationship with your community, how you get that better sense of belonging, how you get that better sense of communication, how you get that better sense of transaction. So for instance, if you have a business, you will find new ways to do business within your community. You'll have some kind of brainwave that allows you to do it in a way that's more graceful, seamless, etc., etc. So this is really opening you up to the possibility that you could trade more and communicate more and have much better sense of rootedness and movement within the community. If you think about it, like Mercury is bringing a message from the gods to humanity. It could be that your core message is able to be delivered to the people in your community in a way that feels really elegant and smart. Now, because this is also in a conjunction with Saturn, it's giving you a structure. You may well come up with a great structure that helps you hang on a whole series of services or ideas and how you want to function within your community. At the best sense of this, I really get is the sense of belonging that can erupt from this. You know, this particular Cazimi helps to create a sense of groundedness for you. So I love that. The next one is actually showing up in the fourth house. It's showing up at the end of Aries. It's actually in a conjunction with Chiron. It is picking up on the message of Chiron and the North Node from February. It's also picking up on the message of the total solar eclipse on the 8th of April. Obviously, we've yet to get there yet, but it's a very, very strong position within your chart. And this is changing how you're thinking in terms of how you live, how you organize your home, how comfortable are you at home? You know, with Chiron going through this part of your chart, you know, it's created a sense of most likely, you know, there are pains from the past that are coming up, and that, you know, how can you live without pain at home? Which is an awful thing to think that you have to live with. And I don't think you have to live with that. Is it physical pain that you feel at home, or is it emotional pain that you felt at home? This particular Cazimi is here to help loosen your thinking around this. You know, it's retrograde, so it's an internal process. You're not going into your home and interacting with your family to get the answers. Really, your interactions are just informing you, and you're creating these answers deep inside. This is a real creative internal process for you. And I do think it could absolutely give you the brainwave that is going to give you the resolution, you know, that you've long needed to find a home, to feel at home, to be able to feel settled at home. So it's interesting that these first two are very much about belonging. First of all, belonging to your community, and secondly, belonging in your home. The next one in June, which is on the 14th of June, is highlighting your sixth house, which also has something to do with your home, really. It has to do with how you organize your life, how you organize your diet, your health, your exercise regime, if you have one, your money, your home, like how everything fits together in your life. So it really does kind of pull on these two messages quite a lot. Now, this particular one is interesting because obviously Jupiter's been in this area for a while. You know, Jupiter is sort of exciting you and creating the impetus to make changes in the way you organize your life. It's bringing so many new opportunities. And if you don't organize your life and create more space for new opportunities, then it's going to get really, really busy and a little bit chaotic at home. But this particular Cazimi is in a square to the moon in Virgo on this particular day, and is in a square to Saturn in the sign of Pisces. So it feels like this Cazimi is really showing you that what you think you know from your environment, or what you're being told from, you know, people within your community, this is how it is and this is what we've got to do. And then your emotional spirit, your psyche, is saying something completely different. Your psyche is saying, well, actually, I don't concur with this. This is very much mundane. This is very much about my community, and it's lacking the contextual truth that I know in my heart is true. And so how can you balance other people's reality versus your knowing? And how can both of these kind of get integrated somehow to help you organize your life better? It's almost like you're not ready to take a step because you're feeling out of alignment at this point with your community, and you're feeling really actually almost like you're observing your life and you're not able to participate. So I really see that this Cazimi here is helping you participate more and have that great sense of knowing, and that sense of, okay, so I need to do this, and this in a great Mercury way where this amazing plan comes together. So I see that's holding a lot of promise for you. The next one is in August. It is highlighting your 8th house, which is about births, deaths, and all the cycles in between. So every cycle of your life, very much about transitions and changes. It's also retrograde. So it's an internal process that you're going through, an internal mental release, I think, is what's really possible. Now, it is in a square to Uranus on this particular day, which could be showing that, you know, you're in some kind of square with your children, or maybe being too free and spontaneous in your life has created this sense of dissonance, you know, that it's a little bit more tricky for you to manage your changes and transitions because of your past and how much fun you've been having, and also how difficult your creations are. It's also in a full moon position. So whatever's going on with this Mercury Cazimi on that particular day, there's a full moon, and that full moon is really highlighting, it's really showing that, you know, whilst you're trying to go through this change and this transition, which actually helps you work more closely with the people in your life, and it actually helps you break through some of these judgments and behavior patterns based on shame, embarrassment, and guilt and things like that. Whilst that's happening, the moon down here is just saying, look, you need to value yourself much better. You don't actually need all these people up here. Actually, the real stuff is down here. So I actually see, even though the 2nd, 5th, and 8th aren't really about people, they're more about values and, you know, like creating things, like creating income, creating children, or creating romance, creating joint income and wealth. Whilst they're more about creation, I actually think this is more about your responses to people. You know, this is an opportunity for you to break free of the judgments that people have had on you, and also to seek value in who you are, and also to be able to seek value in your creations. I think once you value yourself and put yourself right in the middle of your process, all of a sudden things will really come alive. But this is an internal mental shift, you know, that this Cazimi is representing, as far as I can see. Now, the one on the September the 30th, is showing up here in your 10th house. So to me, it feels like the shifts that you're going through in August are actually freeing you up to be actually much better, much more visible, much more prominent, that people can see you. And all of a sudden they understand your product. They all of a sudden understand what it is that you do for a living. They understand the value you're bringing. They understand so much. So I actually think this particular Cazimi is going to give you some great insight to be able to move further in your career and to be seen more, be felt more, to stand more in your own power. So I think this one is actually pretty beneficial. It's also in a conjunction with the South Node in opposition to the North Node. So I actually think you've been here before. You know, think of all the times where you felt very successful and what thought processes led to that. This Cazimi is really highlighting that for you. Now, the last one of the year is showing up in December. It's a retrograde one, so it is absolutely internal. It's in your 12th house as well. It's doubly internal. Do 2 internals turn it external? I don't know. Like, did 2 negatives make a positive? Who knows? But you know, this is actually a very sort of private thing. Now, this particular one, I think, is the difficult one for everybody, because this Cazimi is setting up a whole new energy of thought and thinking processes, or is that how you say it? I don't know. But you've got Mercury in the sign of Sagittarius. It's not happy there. You know, it rules the sign of Gemini, so it's not happy here at all. And then you've got Jupiter, Sagittarius's ruler, in the sign of Gemini in its opposition as well. So, and they're both retrograde. So they're both in opposition. They're both retrograde. They're mutually receptive, but they're both in their detriment. You know, they're not really that great. So this is an interesting one because I think it's going to bring up a lot of darkness, especially with this 12th house here. I think it's going to bring up a lot of old junk. It could be very, very clearing for you. You know, if you're feeling really stuck in your life, this could really get things moving, but it's not necessarily an easy or gentle process. It's probably not that enjoyable unless, you know, you are ready to really face yourself. But yeah, I can see that there's a beautiful clearing opportunity that comes from like going through the muck a bit and saying, okay, well, I realize actually this is old. I can let go of that now. In the same way that Mercury is the conductor, he's taking the dead, you know, to Hades and Pluto. This Mercury Cazimi to me is representing all your dead ideas, all your dead concepts about yourself. They can just be taken to the other side. They can be completely let go of. The final part of this is that, you know, this opposition is also in a T-square to Saturn. And so that is actually, by honoring your Saturn, you're more likely to find a bit of grounding. So where you're feeling kind of tense with yourself, it might be good to have some kind of regular activity or something that you can find peace in its structure. So if there's something structural about your local environment that helps you to feel safe and protected and strong, that's where you need to be on that day. So anyway, for those of you with your 3rd house Mercury Cazimi taking place, undoubtedly, I would say you've most likely got Capricorn rising. I hope this has been helpful for you. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. And so what we're looking at here now is we're looking at a 4th house Mercury Cazimi taking place on the February the 28th. This is the first Mercury Cazimi of 2024. There's another 5 that follow. So I'm going to take you on a little journey of how they may well occur to you. And, you know, and if any of these dates are, you know, somehow cropping up at that time, you're like, oh my God, that's when I'm getting married, or that's when I'm going on holiday, or something like that. This is quite useful. You can start to plan ahead and know what to expect. Now, this is really to show you where you might get some insight and some freedom, you know, like an ability to a higher consciousness, you know, how your thinking can change to create something new, you know, to allow, a rise in awareness. So this particular Cazimi, starting in February the 28th, is really based around your home. You could say it's your home and your family. You could say it's about your past. You could also say it's about your private moments and where you're in your place of privacy, where you're feeling safe and secure. The 4th house, if you're not feeling safe and secure in your 4th house, then, you know, something needs to change. So how safe do you feel? How secure do you feel? How relaxed are you within the life that you've built around you? This is really the foundation. So any thinking that's going on right now is likely to be serious thinking, and a serious like breakthrough, a serious new level of consciousness can come up as you realize what you need to do, what action you need to take. Now, at the time of this Cazimi, Saturn is in a conjunction with Mercury too. So it's really bringing up so much awareness about what you need to feel safe and secure, what steps you need to take. So I think a lot of this you've already known, but not being able to action. I think you're getting your opportunity to action things. Something just clicks into place now to make it possible. Now, the next one that comes up in April is on a very, very strong point. You know, this point here is in a conjunction with Chiron. It's very similar to where the Chiron North Node conjunction is currently happening right now in February. It's also where the total solar eclipse is happening on the 8th of April. So, you know, this part of your chart is already charged with this Chironic That's chironic, like Chiron, but it also might sound chronic as well. So it's landing on this chironic energy, and an energy of a new start because of the total solar eclipse, and on the energy of fate and direction because of the North Node. And so you're reminded of how far you've already gone on that journey, and is this the first of many review points? Have you already strayed off? Now, this is a retrograde Cazimi, so it's likely that any flashes of brilliance and insight are coming to you internally. Then they're not coming to you from the outside. Or you might see them on the outside, but it's you that's processing them. It's you that's seeing them and making sense of what you're seeing in the world. And all of a sudden, boom, something is clicking into place. Now, obviously, the theme here for you is the theme of creativity, the theme of romance, possibly if you're single, and sensuality, if you're in need of a bit of physical touch. It's also very much about your hobbies, and also about your children, which you've birthed, which you've lovingly, hopefully, brought into this world. So there's a lot of joy, I think, with working this out. Whatever's going on in this area of your chart is there to help you experience greater levels of joy. So use this internal process, use this Mercury Cazimi to experience greater levels of joy. That, there could be no better expression of that, I don't think. Now, it's interesting because we're going from joy, and the next Cazimi is in your 7th house, which, if you're enjoying a lot of joy and sensuality and possibly new romance, then this Cazimi here could be really quite beneficial. Like any relationship starting from this Cazimi could definitely get strengthened with this one, because I often find, when we meet somebody, the occurrence of that meeting sets the tone for that relationship. And then, the next time you move your relationship on, that next chart sows the seed for the ongoing relationship. We can use astrology in that way too. But here, this Cazimi could be creating an opening for a much deeper relationship, and the insight that you might need to understand, to have the awareness to create that harmony in your relationship. Now, the thing to note here is that Jupiter has already recently gone into this area of your chart. So it's already bringing you lots of new opportunities for friendships and a deepening and an expansion of your relationships. I mean, it doesn't really get better than that. It's really quite exciting. And here's the thing to work on and to be aware of is on this particular day in June, this particular Cazimi is in a tight square with the moon at the exact moment. And it's also in a square with Pisces here with the first Cazimi. So it's reminding us of our home. So whatever's going on with your relationships, these beautiful insights that are, flooding your brain, and these new ways of relating and going on that journey together. There's also this sort of tension between what that means for you in the public eye, like when people see you out and about, and how you're seen as a couple, with the moon there, it feels really quite emotional when you're very, very sort of seen and visible. And then here where Saturn is, it feels like it's only safe at home. So there is a continuation of this theme, I think, given that this first Cazimi is helping you feel more steady and secure. You might also want to consider how you can feel steady and secure when you're in a relationship, or when your relationships are taking you into a whole new direction. Speaking about whole new directions, and that was, that just happened. I wasn't planning that little segue, but the next one to occur is in August, and it's highlighting the tail end of the 9th house and possibly your 10th. You check out where it's falling in your own chart, but this is in the sign of Leo. It's retrograde. So the 9th house is about, this is great for a Mercury Cazimi, for the idea of the attainment of higher awareness, for a different consciousness. If you remember, I said it was like a messenger, Mercury is a messenger between the gods and the mortals. So it could be that you're receiving something beautiful and very valuable coming into you to disseminate. The ninth house is definitely a place of disseminating information, sharing the context. It's also a place of escape, and it's a place to enjoy deeper cultures, deeper perspectives, deeper spirituality. And it's fantastic for that. So this particular Cazimi that's coming up in August, as far as which one am I talking about? August, yeah. As far as I can see, it is creating a much greater awareness. Now, one of the things with this one is it's in opposition. It's actually in a full moon on that particular day. The moon is applying into the full moon, meaning that the energy is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So it is a particularly psychic day. It's a particularly a stressful day in terms of, people are often feeling, all fingers and thumbs, so to speak, where their heart is and where their head is are in very, very different places. And it's interesting that the heart and the head are like spaced between the third and the ninth house, which are both houses to do with thinking and understanding. So at some level, the moon is saying, look, why can't we just go back to the time when it was all rational, where I knew that ABC and 1, 2, 3 was how things were. I really am attached to knowing the facts and knowing my community truth, which is a very much a third thing. Whereas the Mercury Cazimi is taking you, it's saying, look, the knowledge that you once had is no longer right. Those facts that you've been relying so heavily on, and those facts that your community have been agreeing upon, they need to be, they're going to be uplifted. They're going to be changed. And so there is this insight coming in. Now, it's also square Uranus in the 6th house too. So there's a lot going on this particular day for you. Anyway, the last 2 Cazimis of 2024 for you. The one in September, on the 30th of September, is in the sign of Libra. It's in a conjunction with the South Node, i.e. in opposition to the North Node. This one in particular, I see as being quite whimsical. I mean, it's highlighting how you can become part of a global vision. It's highlighting how you can become part of an answer, how you can participate in the world, how you can participate within networks and friendships and all that jazz. And it's actually reminding you that you've always had all the skills right in place, but this is actually almost taking you on a bit of a timeline. It's taking you back to other personas, other moments in time, past lives, if you believe in them, or it's reminding you of who you were when you were born, and what you've chosen to forget about yourself. You know how like you might have a talent. There's this, I love the work of Access Consciousness, and they ask this question. They say, what if the wrongness of you is actually the rightness of you? So you may well remember actually that the greatest gift you can offer is the one that you've been taken the mickey out of and forgotten, and thought, oh, I'll leave that one behind. That one causes me too much pain. But you might actually be ready for the beauty and splendor of really, really being yourself in the global community. So yeah, big news, that one. The last Cazimi to take place this year for you is actually highlighting your first house. And this is a big one for you, given that the chances are you've got Sagittarius rising. So this is huge for you, because you've got Mercury here, and Mercury is not happy in the sign of Sagittarius. It's in its detriment. It's not happy. It's happy in the sign of Gemini. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, which is actually in Gemini. It's opposite sign. It's in its detriment. It's not very happy in the sign of Gemini, but Jupiter will do his thing. He'll do his best. They're both retrograde. Both Mercury and Jupiter are retrograde at this time, and they're playing out the 1st and 7th houses in your chart. They're highlighting both of them. At the same time, they're both square to Saturn in your 4th. So these houses, the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th, are the most important. I mean, you shouldn't really, I guess we shouldn't judge these houses, but I think these are the seminal houses. It's like me, you, home, and away. It's like this. It's like your north, south, east, and west, as far as I can see. And so what is really occurring is you've got this opportunity to see yourself in a completely different light, with Mercury in your first. You're communicating with yourself in a new way. And yes, you can have some very deep insights about who you are, how you show up, how people see you, what's your persona. Is it still the persona that you really are? Do you need to change and tweak and stuff? And of course, because it's retrograde, you are reviewing a lot. But at the same time, you're being challenged because your ruling planet's in the 7th house. And so you're being encouraged to actually be a lot lighter. There's lots of people coming into your life that are sort of open and generous and wanting to have fun and stuff. And yet you're in this quite intense phase of refocusing who you are. I think with these kinds of things, the best thing you can do is actually sit in the Saturn position and think, okay, whatever I choose to do, however I choose to be, it has to work for my security. So whether I choose to be more exuberant, like all the people showing up in my life are, and of course, if you're meeting a lot of people of a certain way, chances are there's something in that for you to change in yourself. Maybe you're needing to experience more joy. And maybe they over here are needing to experience a bit more common sense, but it just looks like you've swapped positions, between you and the others in your life. But actually what you really need to do is sit down here, get comfy, get secure at home, and then observe what is playing out. This is a retrograde Cazimi. The real insight and beauty of it comes to you internally. So there you go, for you Sagittarius risings, for you who are experiencing this first Mercury Cazimi in your 4th house. That's my forecast for managing the energies in this year ahead. Hope that was helpful to you. Okay, so for the next forecast then, this is for people who are experiencing their Cazimi in the 5th house. So chances are you got Scorpio rising, you might have Sagittarius rising. So if you've got Mercury taking place, like this Cazimi taking place in your 5th house, what you would be absolutely wise to focus on is how you are showing up for joy. The 5th house is a place of joy. It's a place of new beginnings, and that joy could be new romance, could be new sex or lovemaking. It could be a new hobby that really takes over. It could just be the joy of being. Of course, our children come in there, and mostly they bring us joy. Sometimes, we can be so worried about their safety or worried about them making their place in the world that we don't always feel the joy of it. But essentially the 5th is about feeling the joy and the creative process of our loins. Like, what have we birthed into this reality? Now with this Mercury Cazimi, it's in a conjunction with Saturn. So it's stabilizing. It's wanting to create a brainwave, a new way of thinking that is creating stability. Now, of course, stability and creativity kind of cancel each other out somewhat. Though to create a good baby, like in a pregnancy, you need strong waters, a good sac to grow in. You need all the foundations in place. Everything has to work and it has to have its structure. I guess if you're doing a beautiful painting, I guess if you're making love, it helps if, you know what you're, oh gosh, this is another one of those things where I start a sentence and wish I hadn't started it. But I guess, when you're making love, you need to know who you're making love to, so you can, enjoy the reaction around each other, so we need the form around us, which is the Saturn proponent. So yeah, this Mercury Cazimi is showing us how we can create form to enjoy greater joy. And all those insights are just readily available. So make the most of those. Now, the next Cazimi is showing up in April on the 12th. It's highlighting this very, very strong place in your chart. Now, the 6th house is about how we organize our day, but it also carries our physical health, is lumped in there as well. Now, given that Chiron is there, and Chiron's the wounded healer and can often show us where we have physical problems or ailments that we've maybe tried to sort out, but it's our Achilles heel. This particular point is very, very strong in our charts right now. it's currently just a few degrees away in a conjunction with the North Node. That's playing out right now at the time that I'm recording this on the 20th of Feb. On the 8th of April, the total solar eclipse is pretty much at this point. And so on the 12th of April, 4 days later, we've got this Mercury Cazimi pretty much in the same place in a conjunction with Chiron. What I would say about this is, Mercury's retrograde. So whatever we're learning about our healing process and how we can heal, how we live in our home, how we can make our home work, how we can get more organized, what we're learning about here is internal. It's coming to us through the retrograde. It's coming through review, reimagination, reawakening, reemergence. It's all those sort of backward processes. We're taking a step back, a step back, a step back, a step back, and we are coming to this moment of, I think we've got an opportunity to really know what it is that we've needed to put in place to make this work. I really hope that is the case. But it's an internal process for us to figure out. This is a very strong moment in time to heal something, especially for you if you've got this taking place in your 6th house. You've got Scorpio rising. The next one then, coming up in June on the 14th, is in a square to the moon in Virgo, and it's also in a square to Saturn in Pisces. So it's pulling up some of the themes of this February Cazimi, where you may well have had some insight into how you can enjoy life so much more. So it's about enjoyment, and the moon being here in the 11th house is really wanting us to connect with people externally. It's really encouraging us to not be so flipping mental and mad all the time. Like the 8th house where this is taking place in, it's a place where we often judge ourselves so much, with blame, shame, guilt, anger, all of that stuff, which can be useful, can also, if we get into it and if we stay there for too long, it can be really detrimental. So I think the big brainwave here with this Cazimi is to flipping let go of a lot of the things we're attached to, like let go of our judgments of ourselves, let go of our judgments of each other. I mean, here's a thing to consider. As far as I'm aware, we can, like our consciousness that talks to us, the feeling that we have, like if you think about the consciousness of our cells, if our cells talk to us, we can only actually know ourselves. We can only truly know what's going on for ourselves. And so when we have a thought about another person, I mean, I read this the other day, so I don't know if it's true or not. It feels true to me. When we have a thought about another person, because our consciousness or, our self-awareness cannot truly understand the awareness of somebody else, because we can't actually be in somebody else's position because we are here. When we judge them, we hear that as, you're this, you're that, so like when you're judging someone and saying, oh, you're so this, your brain doesn't hear that you're dishing it out onto somebody else. It hears you're doing it to yourself. So, the big learning here is to let go of these judgments, even if they feel true. I mean, you're doing yourself some kind of upset. You're creating dis-ease for yourself at some level. So, if that brainwave that comes from the Mercury Cazimi can allow you to feel freedom from these dogged thoughts that are hounding you, then that's great. And then if that happens, and yes, there is this feeling of you wanting to connect. The moon is here. You're wanting to party. You're wanting to be part of something. And the tension in doing that is because you have judgments over these people that you want to enjoy. And, Saturn here is really saying, look, I can only control my joy when I'm creating it. And if I'm outside of my place of creation, anything could happen. I might lose my joy. Saturn's holding on to the joy here. But really the true learning is to let go of these judgments, let go of Saturn's judgy butt and give yourself some freedom so you can actually follow the moon's impulse here and feel more connected to people. The one in August, is at the tail end of Leo. It's showing up in the 10th house. Now it's a retrograde one, so it's one for you to really feel internally. Now it's also in a square with Uranus in the 7th house, and it's also it's on the day of the full moon. The moon is applying into its full position, so it's in opposition to the moon. So this is interesting. You know, if you've managed to release yourself from all these judgments of other people and create more space to be more social, I wonder what you've learned since June, and what's playing out now in terms of your career. Like, are you noticing that more things are flowing in? Are you feeling more powerful? Are you feeling stronger in yourself? Are you feeling a lot more celebrated? Are people finding you? Are people enjoying your reputation? All of these things you're setting up for yourself on this kind of Cazimi journey are giving you the opportunity to reflect and have an awakening moment, or this moment of, I got it, in terms of your career. So think of the progression that this is creating in your life, and just really be aware that it's something that is felt internally. Now, obviously, Uranus is in your 7th house. You know, it's a reminder that you cannot predict the behavior of other people in your life. However, if you're giving other people freedom to be themselves, you are at the same time creating more freedom for you to be yourself. And of course, the moon down here in the 4th is really in the sign of Aquarius as well, is really saying, come on, be your freaky self. It's okay. So I love this, Cazimi. The September one in your 12th house, yikes. Well, actually not yikes, because it's in a conjunction with your South Node, which actually I find really quite nurturing. It's reminding you of your past. And if you've processed the painful aspects of your past, that is really quite helpful. But if you've got shocking parts in your past that come up periodically, this might be one of those moments where the past rears its head again. You know, it's in a conjunction with your South Node. However, even if it is something that you're not necessarily welcoming, it could give you this brain opening on how you can release. Again, it's another release point of this particular, you know, like these judgments about other people. The 8th and the 12th are such insular places at times where we can really tie ourselves up in knots. So here is a very strong opportunity for you to create this healing resolution about, you know, old pains and stuff from the past. Now, the 12th is also a place of deep promise, you know, this beautiful psychic awareness, this beautiful longing to merge. So you could also have an even deeper awakening and a feeling of connection around this time. And obviously, if you're on that kind of path, that's absolutely a beautiful opportunity for you. The last Cazimi of the year is showing up in your 2nd house. Now, if money is an issue, you might want to get a bit of a handle on this, because Mercury is retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius. It's not happy in the sign of Sagittarius. You know, it's in its detriment. Now, we've also got Jupiter also not in its happy house. You know, Jupiter is the ruler here. It's not happy in its opposing sign. Both Jupiter and Mercury are retrograde as well. So it's like we're in a topsy-turvy world, and it's across the parallels, the polarity of values. So the 2nd house is about what you're earning, your values, how you are giving value to the world, how you're receiving value. Everything about values is captured here. And then the 8th house is absolutely about how other people are valuing you and judging you. So it will bring up some of this, but it's also, you know, there might be some money owed to you via other people. So there is this big sort of value test going on. I'm going to say test because you've also still got Saturn here, and Saturn is in a square to both of these at the time of this last Mars Cazimi. And also on this day of the Mars Cazimi, we are also seeing as Scorpio as your ruler, your ascendant, most likely. Pluto and Mars are in their period, their very long winter of opposition. So Mars is dancing around up here. Pluto's dancing around down here. So you've got your ruling planets dancing over the angle to do with your home, the nadir, the IC, and also dancing at the top of your chart about how you make it in the world, how you're standing in the world and being a person. So values absolutely play into it. So this is a very, very strong Mercury Cazimi. And as such, like the astrological weather at the time of it is turbulent. And that could spell, quite a bit of turbulence in the world. But what I would say is, there is an opportunity for you to have fresh insight. There is this opportunity for you to have some form of awakening to resolve part of the value struggle that you find yourself in. So this is a really, really strong time for you. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. Welcome back. So this is a forecast for people with the 6th house Mercury Cazimi, which may also correspond to people who have their ascendant in the sign of Libra. So the Mercury Cazimi that's occurring on February the 28th, 2024 is at 9 degrees 14 in the sign of Pisces. This is our first one of 2024, and they go around in this order. So let's talk about the Cazimis from your perspective and how they're likely to be playing out to create these opportunities of enlightened vision, the idea of an altered awareness, the idea of things falling into place and things really working out nicely for you, and all of the mental streams that go on with that. So the first thing that I really notice about this for you is that this is occurring in the 6th house, the area of the 6th house. This is very much about getting your life in order and also getting your health in order. So I really think of the 6th house as a place of physical health and diet, getting organized, understanding how you're working, like having the nitty gritty all working in alignment. Now, it just so happens that this particular Cazimi is in a conjunction with Saturn as well. And I'm going to be recording a separate video about this, the Sun, Mercury and Saturn coming together and what that might be representing. But, on the surface, I really see this as being a moment of finding extra discipline and finding new ways to be disciplined, finding new ways to get your life organized, finding new ways to get your health much better supported. Saturn here is giving you a real kind of, it's giving you a real help up. It's really giving you the chance to experience the way you're living with fresh insight. So any awareness or communication or ideas that are magically appearing around that time of the Cazimi are really geared to making your life work much better for you. Now, this is going to have quite significant impact, I think. Now, the reason being is in subsequent ones, Saturn is going to be in a square to the Gemini one. Saturn is also playing off with the Sagittarius one. So, the position of the Mercury Cazimi with Saturn starting this 2024 year is significant. The next one that I think is really important, and you'll notice that these are direct, then retrograde, direct, retrograde, direct, retrograde. This next one is retrograde, which means this Cazimi is really coming as an insight, like an insider insight, like you are communicating with yourself. It's fresh knowledge. It's reviewed, reimagined, re-envisaged. It's deeply, deeply personal, whatever insights and plans get put into place through the extra cognitive effect of this Cazimi. So this takes place on the April the 12th, and it's activating this 7th house area of your chart. Now, it just so happens that the degree it's at, 2232, is really, really close to where the total solar eclipse took place on the 8th of April. It's also not far off from where Chiron and the North Node came into a conjunction, in the mid-teens of Aries. So we've got this continued energy of Chiron that's been playing out over the course of this year. And so Mercury Cazimi here in a conjunction with Chiron, to me, is really giving us another stab at sorting out whatever Chiron affliction is going on or Chiron concern is going on. So if we think of Chiron as the wounded healer, and also how we transcend our healing, how we master any healing that we need. In fact, we master it so much so that we can help others heal. Having the Cazimi take place here in the 7th house, I think is absolutely reminiscent of the ongoing journey, the ongoing healing journey that right now you're having with your relationships, your partners. Now, you might have found that you've had quite vulnerable people coming into your life, or that the people in your life have been quite vulnerable and that they have needed a bit of extra care and a little bit of an extra handhold. Now, that's okay up to a point. But, when that becomes really like this is how it is, it starts to feel a little bit like, well, who's taking care of me? And so I really think the best insights that are going to occur with this Cazimi are the internal insights about self-care, and in particular, your role in helping others heal. And, I always think the divide between us and the others in our life is, on the surface in this kind of 3D world, it's obvious, like I'm in this body, you're in that body. But, from a metaphysical standpoint, what's happening to other people is at some level happening to us. The people who are coming into our lives, I think, as a 7th house is very much like a projection screen. It's showing you what's going on in your own world that you're not quite acknowledging, but identifying with other people. So I really also see that this is a great leveler in terms of what you're learning about other people's healing is actually what's going on for you. So this really does, this could really give you a big breakthrough. Now, the next one on June the 14th, I like this, because, Jupiter is already in this house. Earlier, he went into the sign of Gemini on the 25th of May. So on June the 14th, Jupiter's already coming up close here. But we have got this Mercury Cazimi that is absolutely bringing in this feeling of expansion. Now, Jupiter's quite happy in the 9th house. The 9th house is traditionally it's got a Sagittarian theme. The 9th, the Sagittarian, and Jupiter all have similar themes. They're not the same. Obviously one's a planet, one's a sign, and one's a house, and they are expressed differently, but there is a certain amount of resonance there. And so what I really feel that this Cazimi is offering is this opportunity to think much bigger, much more grander contexts for the way your life is going. Now, one of the things that's also playing out, if you think of the astrological weather report, like if there was a weather report on the day that this Cazimi came into play, it would be saying, well, we've got this emotional moon in Virgo on this particular day in a square to Mercury in the sun, and also Saturn is in a square to Mercury in the sun. So we've got this, I always think the sun, Saturn and moon are representative of the adult, the parent and the child. We've got this situation where we could see our life through 3 different ways of being. The moon is very much about our instincts and our psyche, and possibly the emotional demands that were established for us as children that may or may not have got met yet. The Saturn is really showing, and the Saturn is obviously in opposition to the moon. It's showing us where we're trying to be very adult about what is going on, and we're trying to be very rational about how we are organizing our life and how we're coping with our physical reality, whereas the moon is saying, hang on, what about my emotional reality? So there is this very strong pull that the emotional reality almost feels childlike, and the physical reality is something that you can take responsibility for. But this Cazimi is in between the two. It's marrying the two. It's really giving you the opportunity to take loving responsibility of both your mental and your physical health by taking an expanded view of the world. So I really think any insights are going to be helping you physically and mentally, as well as expanding your awareness. So I love this, especially for you and your Libran ascendant. Now, the following Cazimi is on August the 19th, and it's one of these retrograde ones. That's why I've put a slightly bigger circle around it. So this is showing up in the 11th house. Now, the 11th house tends to be about our networks and the global vision that we have for humanity. It's very humanitarian. It really speaks of collectivism and, you know, the idea that we are part of something and that we might want to be helpful. You know, we might want to create something within this global vision. And it's very much about our friendships and also about our stepchildren, and sort of extended family kind of gets lumped in there a little bit sometimes. Now, with the Mercury Cazimi in a retrograde position here, and because on this particular day in August, the Cazimi is square to Uranus in Taurus, what we've got here is this, and there's also a full moon, I should say, down here. We've got this kind of, again, another sort of T-square conundrum going on, involving the sun and the moon and Mercury. Only instead of Saturn, this time we've got Uranus. Now, how I see this playing out is that, yes, we're getting insights into our position. We're getting insights into how we belong to the world. We're getting insights into how we might want to participate within the world, and be part of a shared vision. And yet the moon, which is very much about our instincts and our emotional needs, is really saying, but actually I want to play on my own. Actually, there's a side, it's almost like a selfishness. We're wanting to hold on to our own joy. And again, I don't think that is selfish, but from the 11th house perspective, it might be like, hey, moon in the 5th, stop doing your own thing. You need to come over here and join the bigger picture. And really what's kind of playing out is this discomfort from being involved in what feels really right for you and what feels sovereign to create, and then also feeling like you have to be part of a much bigger vision. And then the Uranus here in the 8th is showing shocks and possibly shock awarenesses and shock awakening moments where a penny drops, which is very much linked into the expectations of other people. Like the 8th house is about birth, life, and death, and the reincarnation cycle. It's very much cyclical. It's very much about going from one stage of life to another, to another, to another. It's very much about the rites of passage and how we move on into the next phase. And so this particular tension that's playing out with the moon and Uranus may actually help us move on in our rites of passage. We might move on to the next stage of development and involvement in our lives. And we might have some kind of feeling of closure, or that something makes sense about our roles and responsibilities in this world. You know, is it okay to serve ourselves? Is the world made better by us serving ourselves and feeling joy? Or are we expected to serve the global community, even if it doesn't feel like it's coming from joy, but coming from duty? So it's some very big themes here. And really what I see is this is an internal process. You know, Mercury Cazimi is retrograde. And as such, you know, there is this need for us to go inward to be able to process the meaning of it. The next one is coming up in the 1st house, which I think is going to be a welcome balm. It's direct. It's in your 1st house. So it's very much about your personality, what you're putting out into the world, how you feel in yourself. Do you feel like you're in a strong body? Do you love the way you look? All sorts of different things. Now, there are other things playing into this. So in terms of astrological weather, we've got this Cazimi is in a conjunction with the South Node. It's reminding you who you are. It's reminding you what your identity really is about. And it's reminding you that, yeah, you've probably had a bit of a struggle with the North Node here. And people and people in your life are kind of saying, this is the way you're meant to be going. This is the way. And it's felt a bit of a struggle. And yet here, the Cazimi is reminding you of who you are and maybe what your unique purpose is. And maybe your purpose isn't doing what everyone is telling you to do. So this could actually very well be a Cazimi that allows you to find your own internal voice. Now, it's funny because, it's showing up in Libra, which is very much about balance and diplomacy. So are you going to be able to stand for what you believe in a calm and diplomatic way? Are you going to find a way to articulate brilliantly and perfectly what is going on for you so that you feel like you are your own being at the same time as being part of the world? So quite a challenge. Now, this last one of the year, this is the one that I think looks most terrifying, to be honest. And yet I think this Cazimi could be the one that creates the most amount of penny dropping moments for people. So this one on December the 6th is happening right in between the very, very long period of Pluto and Mars in retrograde. And they are retrograde between these two planets, these two signs on each side. So Mars is sort of dashing between Cancer and Leo, and then Pluto down here is in between Capricorn and Aquarius. And they are doing this opposition for the best part of five to 6 months. So there's a lot of natural tension between doing things for other people and serving the greater community, and also doing things because it brings us joy and it feels right for us as a person, as an individual. So it's very much individual versus collective. Now, on this particular day, we've got Mercury retrograde and Cazimi in the sign of Sagittarius, which is not the natural ruler of Mercury. And then we've got Jupiter, the ruler of Sagittarius, in opposition to Mercury. And of course, Jupiter is not happy in the sign of Gemini. They're in mutual reception. They're in each other's signs. They're both retrograde. So this is quite a pickle. It's interesting as well because, this particular retrograde for somebody with Libra ascendant is falling in the 3rd house, which is traditionally the house that's associated with the sign of Gemini. It's the 3rd sign. And of course, Gemini up here is traditionally in it's actually in the 9th house, whereas that's traditionally ruled by Sagittarius, or the 9th sign. So they've got each other's themes playing out. But suffice to say, there is this almighty kind of polarization between the ideas of what do we know and what does that mean? So, the 3rd house traditionally represents what we know, what we learn from the context of our community, the rights, the wrongs, the goods, the bads, the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, all these facts that people bring out. It's quite rational and very, very busy. And then we've got the sort of more Sagittarian energy of the 9th house, which is more about expansion and the context of what this information means. So it's like this sign takes the rationality and expands on it in quite a spiritual way, in quite a faith-based way, not in a right, wrong, good and bad kind of way. So we've got a real sort of mishmash of the energies. So in terms of the retrograde and the Cazimi here, I really see that people are going to be wanting to bring faith and spirituality to their local environment. They're going to be wondering, how can I enrich my environment? How can I have meaningful conversations with people who are being rational with me? How can I bring something that doesn't appear scientific, something spiritual, into a more right and wrong kind of place? And then on the other end of this, we might also be saying, well, how can we bring science or rationality to the very vast topic of spirituality? So it's huge. And so I really think the invitation here is to get, to actually kind of forgive yourself in this whole process and not expect to have any answers, and to create this really big open space so that all judgments, all ideas, all contexts, everything is just allowed. Create this really, really big space to see actually what comes up, to see what comes back to you. I really think that this is, even though it's intuitive versus rational, I just think that this, here, Mercury is not acting in a very Mercurian way. It's definitely got this more, he's retrograde, so he's not counting on his facts and figures in the same way. He's starting to rethink things and reimagine. So I do think the more spiritual side of belief is likely to come out at this time. So I do think it's just rife with paradoxes and an interesting way to see in, Christmas, and the eventual new year. So anyway, that's my run through in terms of the Cazimis for 2024 for you with Libra and ascendant, or let's put it this way, for the first Cazimi to be in the 6th house. So anyway, sending you lots of love, and I hope that was helpful to you. So let's have a look at the next one then, which is for the 7th house, which really relates to people being born with the Virgo ascendant. So if you're a Virgo ascendant and this particular Cazimi in Pisces is landing in your 7th house, what I'm doing here in this forecast is pacing you through all 6 Cazimis for this year ahead, to give you an idea on where you might get these lucky breaks, where you might get this elevated awareness, where you might get an opportunity to resolve something, to find the solution, to find some extra freedom. And it might also give us some clues as to how we can transact in the world. If you think Mercury is very much somebody who is agile and who moves around, who can move assets from place to place. He's quite the character, but he also communes in the roads and doorways. He's also protecting travelers and also taking the messages of the gods straight into the hands of humanity. So this is a very big messaging process. Now, this Cazimi is showing up in the 7th house. It's in a conjunction with Saturn on the 28th of February. So it's got very, very strong energy. And in the 7th house, it's really affecting how you think and feel in terms of your relationships. Who is showing up in your life? Who are the big relationships in your life? Who are the big loves? And what patterns are going on right now that you maybe want to solve or get some clarity on? Here with Mercury and also with Saturn, there's a level of clarity and possibly scope, like you're creating some kind of container almost for how you can understand the people in your life, almost like you're creating these rules. Now, it's interesting because Saturn in the sign of Pisces, they're not natural bedfellows. The energies of Saturn, which are, trying to find rules, judgments, and structure and form, doesn't really fit and flow with the whole Pisces energy, which is very flowing, unboundaried, very spiritual, very deep divey, not very easy to articulate or speak about. So what I see here is this Cazimi is, if anything, is bringing greater clarity to your relationships. It's bringing this extra jolt or this extra awareness that almost gives you the chance to articulate what you're feeling and to articulate what you think is going on for your partners. I see this as really beneficial. It might also be quite helpful for you to see what you're hiding from yourself if we're taking the 7th house to be a mirror of the 1st house. So this is us in our 1st house, seeing who we are. And here, everyone is showing up, showing us all the parts of ourselves that we can't include in our image. And so we kind of cast them over the net, over to the 7th house. So I do think we might get to know ourselves more through this Cazimi too. The following Cazimi on April the 12th is really highlighting shadow work, I would say. So if you think about shadow work, and the 8th house is very much about birth, life and death and all that rolls in between, all the cycles, very much about the rites of passage, moving from A to B to C to D, and there's growth and an evolution. And of course, like all life cycles, like all projects, we culminate at some point and then we start to dissipate, we start to fall back. And so I think there is a greater awareness of your role in this world. Now, this is a retrograde one. I've highlighted all the retrogrades with black borders just to make it a bit easier. But this is a retrograde Cazimi. So it's one that I think is felt a lot more personally, one that is likely to come from within rather than through the noticing the observation of what's coming towards you. It's more what's erupting inside, which really fits the 8th house as well. You know, the 8th house is quite a psychic place and very much about the values that other people put on you. So you may well find, especially seeing as Aries is the sign that's also highlighted here, that this has a lot to do with what people have put on you and how you might choose to take action to clear the feeling of anything that is causing dis-ease in you. Now, the reason I say that is this is happening at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries. 4 days prior, there is the total solar eclipse, the sun and the moon conjunct exactly with Chiron. And if you think right now, at the time I'm recording on the 20th of February, we are right in the fulcrum point, really, almost, of Chiron and the North Node in a conjunction. You know, it's a rare conjunction. It doesn't happen every day. You know, it happens really infrequently. So there is definitely a strong Chiron theme going on, especially in the sign of Aries, which is your 8th house. So yeah, very, very deep stuff. It's quite possible that this is marking almost a closing down of this energy. So it's opened up in February and it's closing down for you around the 12th of April when Mercury is retrograde. It's almost like there is a final piece of the puzzle that comes in to allow you to let go of some of the concerns that you've had during this time. Now, the next Cazimi is happening in the sign of Gemini, mid-June. Now, this one has 2 big squares. It's part of a T-square. So first of all, there is the moon at 29 degrees in the sign of Virgo. It's an anuretic degree. So the moon isn't really moon-like. You know, the moon in Virgo, where it might normally show where we are absolutely wanting to be of service and really help people get their sense of, you know, what health, you know, how our health is going, and, you know, how we organize things, and how we are kind of as natural as we can be. And a lot of these key things, which is very much about cleanliness and hygiene and fitness. And, you know, the Virgo, the Virgin, it really has that sort of element of fanaticism about keeping things clean and neat and absolutely fit for purpose. So the moon here at 29 degrees isn't quite, you know, she's, you know, the moon is maybe a little bit more fanatical than normal, you know, maybe not as calm. And, you know, I imagine the moon here is a little bit more fastidious and a little bit more active. So we're really in our emotions here about what works and what is not working. But at the same time, we've also got Saturn in Pisces playing into this. So it's almost like, you know, this Cazimi, which is in the 10th house, which by all intents and purposes is there to elevate you and to give you ideas to elevate how you are in your career, how you're seen, your reputation. I mean, this could really help you with solving something about rising up. This could really elevate you in quite a big way. But at the same time, the Saturn in Pisces is, it's almost asking you what will happen to your relationships. You're almost playing this doom and gloom game already. How is that going to work with your relationships? How is that going to, you know, is that going to break your responsibilities to other people? And then at the same time, the moon is like in the 1st house and it's very much wanting to be felt. There is this, and I think the moon actually wants to really work with Mercury Cazimi here, because the 10th house is about being seen. The 1st house is like knowing self. And so this is like, oh, shut up, Saturn in Pisces. Stop being such a buzzkill. So yeah, this is quite an interesting little dynamic going on here in June. We've also got Jupiter, which has also made this whole area so much more vibrant. So your career and all of those things about how you're making your place in this world is getting a lot more attention than usual, and possibly a lot more opportunities. Now, as August comes by, the Mercury Cazimi is showing up in the 12th house. And so this is almost like a moment of respite where you're really looking at the sum total of where you've been on this journey so far. And how it's working out for you. So your big flashes of insight, and again, this is retrograde, so it's coming from the internal and being felt, and this is like deep intuition. This is an intuitive brainwave. This is an intuitive opening and rising up of your mental capabilities. But this is, I think, just opening you to a new kind of perception. It's like reviewing, because it's retrograde. It's reviewing how far you've come, how far you've changed. Obviously, you've had the rites of passage here and a certain amount of growth. Here, you've been thinking about your career, but also from the perspective of who you're responsible for. And now you're kind of summing it up. In the next Cazimi, you're going to be tested to think in terms of how you can earn more money and use your magic there. So in terms of this retrograde Cazimi here in the 12th house, if I was in your shoes right now, Virgo ascendant, I would choose to use the energy of that to bring up any self-sabotaging views or beliefs that you might have, anything that's kind of hooking you to the past, anything that is tying you into negative thought patterns. One of the reasons I say that is because this particular one is in opposition to the moon and is also in a square to Uranus as well. So there is this almost desperate desire to break free of the confines of where you've put yourself. And there is also this kind of emotional attachment to how things have been. The moon here is getting quite stroppy. Like if you're reviewing how you're self-sabotaging through some of your routines or habits, for instance, you might find you're a little bit recalcitrant and a little bit rebellious in terms of wanting to review your habits. But I actually think this moment of calm, what I really see is you're likely to have some kind of brainwave that is going to really upset the moon in your 6th house and create this real tension, because what you're learning about yourself is going to put the way you do your life in a bit of a spin, and it is going to create some rapid expansion with Uranus up here. So yeah, this is a hold on to your hats one. It's a quiet one that is felt internally, but I really think this internal shift will really make a difference. So then September the 30th, we're into Libra and it's in your 2nd house. I like this. I just see this less as a challenge and more as an invitation. This particular Cazimi is in conjunction with the South Node. It's really reminding you of what you've got right so far. It's reminding you of the skills that you had when you were born. It's reminding you of what you've always done very, very well, what you may have forgotten about. It's really encouraging you to not cast away the past in a rush to just be focused on the future, but it's really asking you to kind of almost bring some of the past into the genius of the now moment. So yeah, I think this is exciting. Where we end with the Cazimis for 2024 is with this one in Sagittarius. It's retrograde. And this is the one that I just think, hold on to your hats. This is the one that's going to take us on a bit of a rough ride. First of all, because Mercury is in opposition to its, one of its rulers, which is one of its signs, which is Gemini. So it's in its opposition. It's not very strong here. It's also retrograde. But if you think of Sagittarius's ruler is Jupiter, and it's here in the sign of Gemini in its opposing sign. These two are in what's known as mutual reception. They're in each other's signs, and they're in an opposition. Now, at the same time that this is taking place, this Cazimi is also in, so it's in opposition to Jupiter. I didn't say Jupiter's also retrograde, so both Jupiter and Mercury are retrograde, but it's also in a T-square with Saturn in Pisces. So we've got Saturn, we've got Jupiter, the Sun, and Mercury all kind of working in this square together. But the other thing that's going on at the same time, if we're looking at astrological weather, like what else is taking place, is we've got this long drawn out opposition between Pluto here in between Capricorn and Aquarius By this time, it's actually in the Aquarius side. And then Mars in Leo. So again, these two are playing off each other for many, many months. This is a very long, slow, drawn out opposition. So there is this sort of expectation that there's this need to control how we can be ourselves and organize our life. Or it feels like we're being told to manage our life in a certain way. And yet there is a spirit of friendship. There's a spirit of a desire for more self-knowledge, i.e. like in the 12th, and also the companionship of the 11th. You know, there is this desire to find our own way through our intuition and also our friendships. And so this is interesting because, you know, Gemini as a sign is a lot more rational, and we've got Jupiter there really saying, come on, Gemini, you know, let's do a slightly bigger job, and let's expand on all this theory that you know about. Let's expand way beyond there. Let's push the boundary out quite a bit. And it's in the 10th house as well. It's really getting us into a place of discomfort in terms of our career. You know, the energies are really kind of pushing us outside of what we know and feel comfortable with. And then we've got Mercury retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius, really wanting to bring a lot more rationality to how we're managing our home life and how we're managing our private life and our true beliefs. You know, are we being too spiritual? Are we being too fluffy and unscientific in our feeling? So there's these huge, big opposing views going on. I don't see how this is going to play out very easily, but it's an invitation to have a really big awakening. And that, I think, is, you know, the big opportunity. And if you think about how all this fits together, you know, it's from learning about yourself more through your relationships, through letting go of the expectations other people are putting on you, through getting excited about expanding how you're seen in the world, how you stand in the world in terms of recognition and, you know, what you're known for. It's then kind of integrating all that energy, then expanding by thinking, okay, well, I've also got lots of things that I'm really good at from the past. Let's bring those into the mix. And then the fourth, we're coming back round and just sort of adding it all together. And our mind feels like it's quite blown apart. But here is the opportunity to have a real breakthrough. So there you go. For those of you with the 7th house, Mercury Cazimi in Pisces, for those of you with the Mercury ascendant, I hope that was helpful. Right, on to the next sign, which is, or the next ascendant. The next ascendant is Leo. And the first Cazimi of the year for you with Leo ascendant, it's an 8th house Mercury Cazimi. So this first Cazimi of the season is 1 of 6, and here they are, all sort of illustrated out. Now, these are really reflecting breakthrough moments, moment to moment to moment to moment. How are you breaking through into the next moment? How, you know, what is happening in the way you're thinking? And what I'm adding into this is the significance of the astrological weather taking place, like what other influences are going on at the time of each of these Cazimis and what these might mean to you. So here's what I'm thinking here. Now, where the story starts, you know, this Mercury Cazimi in Pisces, the exact moment of it, you know, it's about an awakening moment in terms of the what we're feeling connected to, but almost not able to remove ourselves from. If you think of the 8th house, it's a place of secrets and attachments, and you know, it represents birth, life and death and the continuous cycle of life and the rites of passage, how we mature from being a baby to a toddler to a child to a teen. You know, we go through puberty and so on and so forth. We're always developing through life, and we can't really step off. You know, we only step off when we actually like pass away. And then isn't that just another transition into another form of life? I mean, we can never understand what it's like to be going through puberty as a child. We just can't we can't understand it until we get there, and then we experience it. Very much like death. I don't know what happens the other side. I've no memory of dying before, though I can probably imagine it. But I'll never know until that actually happens. So it's like we're on this merry transformation cycle that we can't step off of until we actually do. And it's also a place where other people's values, death and taxes, like other people's money come into play, the attachments that we have to other people. And in that we have how other people value us. So guilt, blame, shame, anger, embarrassment, all of these different emotions that are really negatively charged. They're attached, they're almost like hooked into our psyche. So I really see, especially with, your 8th house represented by the sign of Pisces, I really see that a lot of the unconscious hooks that are like really holding you in place are getting blown apart, actually. I see that there is this moment for deep clarity and a deep understanding for how it actually works. This is actually in a conjunction with Saturn. Now, Saturn is all about form and structure and also maturity. So it's helping you mature, become an elder or become more accomplished. So I see this as being really a great start. So if you've got anything going on towards the end of February about this energy, this is the date to really be aware of. Now, what's also brewing at the same time as this, like right at this time, is we've got the North Node and Chiron conjunction, which doesn't happen very often. It's a rare conjunction. And it's almost like this next Cazimi on April the 12th, 2024, which is at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries, has something to do with what was already going on at this time, with the Chiron and North Node conjunction. Because, so we've got the Chiron North Node conjunction. Then on the 8th of April, just 4 days before this Cazimi, we've got the total solar eclipse, which is the sun and the moon in an eclipse and new moon in an exact conjunction with Chiron. So that's carrying on the theme of the Chiron North Node. It's very much about healing. We're on a healing journey. We're on a healing journey to take action. And then this next incarnation, this next part of this Chiron story is we've got the Mercury Cazimi retrograde in a conjunction with Chiron. So what I would be thinking if I was in your shoes right now, Leo ascendant, is how is what I'm breaking through on at the end of February, how is that related in April? What healing things am I bringing into my life? How am I letting go of expectations, letting go of attachments, realizing that people can't hold things on me? How am I freeing myself from the nastiness that sometimes people put on me? How can I free myself and feel absolutely free and invigorated and expanded in my vision and view? Now, I say expanded because the 9th house is all about expansion. It's spiritual, it's political and philosophical. And though, as I said those words, I felt a kind of negative when I said both of those. And obviously the legal system that sits in there, again, that made me go, ooh, because with each of these, there's this implied right and wrong, like politics, right and wrong, very polar at the moment. But what exists behind it is this quest for our truth, this quest for our reason, this quest to kind of understand it all and also have a bloody great big adventure. So yeah, I'm kind of excited, and this is a retrograde Cazimi. So we're experiencing it internally. It's what we're reimagining. We're not going out to make great big breakthroughs in our thinking. That's coming to us. We're observing it, we're feeling it, and something is arising inside of us. So that's, the healing journey continues and it's taking you much further on in your journey. Now, the next Mercury Cazimi to come up is on June the 14th. And it's in the sign of Gemini. It's related to your 11th house. So the 11th house at some level is very much about the global vision, global harmony, being part of the vision, being part of this kind of utopian connection. It's about collectivism in many respects. It's about our networks and how strongly connected we are to other people. And it's really quite helpful. And it is also trying to put a bit of a structure in place at some level. You know, the 11th house is trying to build something, but build it for everybody. You know, there are real strong links. You know, the 11th house, you know, like the 11th sign of the zodiac is Aquarius. And so there are flavors of that going on. You know, how can we get on better with people? How can we be a lot more conciliatory? How can we be helpful to each other? Now, it's also, you know, this is represented by Gemini in your chart. So I really see this as being quite a social Mercury Cazimi. It's direct, it's not retrograde. So, you know, your biggest breakthrough at this time is likely to come from the people in your life, not from sitting at home thinking about it. You know, it's important for you to get out and about. Now, one of the things that's also playing into this, like the astrological weather at the time of this June Cazimi, is that there is, where is it? Sign of Virgo. We've got the moon in a square to the Cazimi, and then we've got Saturn also in a square to the Cazimi. Now, the moon and Saturn aren't actually in opposition. They're just slightly out of that. But yes, they are kind of stressing this out. So on the one hand, you're wanting to have this breakthrough by being really social and being connected and maybe just doing something great for the world. And yet there's this kind of voice kind of pulling you back to what are you actually responsible for? What about your familial connections? Because the 8th house has a lot to do with our ancestry and our DNA. You know, what about us? what like if you do this, you know, you might be cut out of this. You know, it's slightly challenged here. And also, like the moon in Virgo is also saying you also need to earn a living. You know, the 11th house is deeply idealistic as well. So I don't know how you could have a brainwave or an altered level of consciousness. Like, what word from the gods is Mercury Cazimi bringing to you to share with humanity at this time? But it somehow has something to do, I think, with finding the balance of our responsibilities and understanding values in a different way. So I hope that's helpful. Now, there are 3 more to go through. The next one is in your first house. It's in your own sign and it's retrograde. Now, this is slightly difficult, you know, like Mercury retrograde in your first house is really felt. You know, it is like an unraveling of who you are. And you may well feel a bit challenged in your body. You might not feel as fast as you usually are, you know, because obviously Mercury brings up a level of speed and agility in our movements and also our thinking. Now, this is very much about how you see yourself and your persona, what you're about, how people know it's you. Like, how do you identify? It is all about you. And yet at this point where it's all about you, you're really not sure who you are. So this is a really great moment actually to delve into who am I really and play this game, you know, find out who you are. You might find that who you are is not who you think you are. And that could be really mind blowing. Now, one of the things with this, like at the same time this is going on, there is a square between the Mercury Cazimi to Uranus in Taurus. So who you think you are is probably not your career, first of all. You know, you're quite challenged. You know, like your career will have changed quite a bit in the last few years. You know, as Uranus has gone through this 10th house area, it would have brought in a lot more independence, a desire to do things your own way, to have a lot more ownership of things and to be a lot more zany and original, etc. And you might have got mistaken that is who you are. And this retrograde Mercury in your first house is definitely telling you that's not who you are. And in fact, there might be a cost of being that person. Now, it's also taking place at the time of the full moon. The full moon is applying, the moon is applying into the full moon position, but it's in your 7th house. And so, you know, you might find your very emotional partners and people in your life are reminding you of who they think you are. But again, that's what they think you are. That's not who you are. So again, there's this other kind of deep message, deep core message here, that who you think you are through people and through how people relate to your business and what you do in life, that is not who you are. Who you are is something completely different. So I see this as being like real, like this could really change things. You could have a massive brainwave here. You could have this huge, delightful realization about yourself, which would absolutely put you on a new course. So I'm very excited. Though I have to say, a little hesitant. My husband has has Leo rising. So let's see what we can do there for him. Anyway, the next part of this, like Cazimi daisy chain almost, it's occurring on the 30th of September. It's in the sign of Libra, and it's also in a conjunction with the South Node. So it's reminding you of who you've always been in terms of community. Like, you know, this is in the third house. It's about where you belong. It's about, you know, your not your family, but like the kind of family you have around you, which might not be your family, but it's a bit like your peers, the sort of people in your social area. It's very social, very much about learning from the community and sharing within the community. And of course, with Libra here, you know, there's this deep desire to share within the community and to be equitable in the community. So, you know, the big insight here is that there are skills and attributes and ideas that you've had in the past that really are relevant for you now. And so I think this is one to be absolutely aware of and to be excited by, because it's bringing you back. It's like bringing something from the past into your now to create change in your community. I mean, what could be better than that? That's so good. The last one then, and this is one that I think is this is the most tricky, I think, of all of these Cazimis next year. And this is the one in December, because Mercury is in the sign of Sagittarius. Now, you know, like Mercury is a ruler of Gemini and Virgo. And so, you know, in Sagittarius, it's in the opposing sign. It's not strong here. So Mercury Cazimi in Sagittarius is really, you know, he doesn't feel like he's really Mercury. Like Mercury is all about, you know, understanding the context of things and delivering things and being in the flow of A to B, B to C, and all of that jazz. And yet in the sign of Sagittarius, anything goes, because the saggy energy is so kind of like, maybe, who knows? And it's so mutable. And also, you know, all of a sudden its enthusiasm goes off in a different direction. And it's so much more fiery. It's not necessarily, you know, and it's so kind of hopeful and spiritual and excitable that it kind of wears Mercury out. You know, it's not that comfortable there. And he's also retrograde. So, you know, Mercury is really not being Mercury here, even though he's being illuminated by the sun. He's in the heart of the sun. He is absolutely strong for something. And at the same time, Jupiter is in opposition. Now, Jupiter is actually the ruler of Sagittarius, but is in its opposing sign. So Jupiter and Mercury are in what's known as mutual reception. They're in each other's signs, and they're in opposition. So they're really both quite uncomfortable. Jupiter is also retrograde. So both planets are in signs they don't naturally resonate in. They're both not really their direct selves. They're both retrograde. So, you know, this is a very sort of experimental and confrontational time to have this Cazimi. Also, they are also both in a square to Saturn. Okay, but let's add in a little extra context, and that is also there is the Mars is here in the sign of Leo. And then Pluto is here in the sign of Aquarius, and they are in this very long, drawn out series of three oppositions. So Mars and Pluto are in 3 oppositions over a period of 5+ months across this sort of ascendant descendant line. So there's a lot to do with opposition and confrontation that is coming up. Now, in terms of this particular Cazimi, it is really innovating what you're creating. but it's the gift for you. You know, there is this deep desire for you to create something yourself. Now, it could have something to do with a child, you know, a creation that's already come in, but it could also be that you're feeling very creative to start something new. You know, the fifth house is about what brings you joy, and, you know, not the danger here, but the feeling is that is possibly going to come up is that my joy is causing discomfort for the masses. You know, my free expression with Mars here, you know, in my first house, you know, my desire to create what feels joyful for me is in opposition to what everybody else wants to control me on. So there's some very big themes playing out. So good luck with that is what I have to say. But anyway, I hope that this little run through of the Cazimis has been interesting to you. So lots of love to you on that one. So let's have a look at this next one, which is for people born with ascendant in the sign of Cancer. The chances are the Mercury Cazimi that's showing up in February, or starting this year's worth of Mercury Cazimis, is landing in your ninth house in the sign of Pisces. Now, this is a house that resonates really nicely with this particular ascendant. I don't want to, you know, hold it that it's definitely Cancer ascendant, because you might find a late Gemini ascendant that's got the Cazimi going on in Cancer, or you might find somebody with an early Leo ascendant that's got this Cazimi going on in the ninth house. But suffice to say, this ninth house energy in the Cazimi is pretty exciting. You know, the ninth house is about expansion. It's about belief systems. It's quite religious. It's quite spiritual. It's also up for an adventure. It really wants to have a good old romp through life. And if you think Mercury is a traveler and supports and protects travelers, you know, Mercury is all about moving around and taking things from A to B to C, you know, setting up businesses and things, you know, and is absolutely the ruler of roads and doorways. You know, we've got a very beautiful opportunity that I see for you. You know, there is this opportunity to go on an adventure. Now, this particular Cazimi is in a conjunction with Saturn. So you might find that there are structures or assistance or support that comes up to help you explore more of life in the way that you would like to explore it. So I love that. How great is that? Now, the next Cazimi that's coming up is on April the 12th. Now, it's at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries, and it's retrograde. Now, before I talk about the retrograde part of it, I want to really talk about what's leading up to it. And we're already in the lead up to it. You know, I'm recording this on the 20th of February. As I'm recording this, we've got a conjunction between Chiron and the North Node that's been coming up for a long time. It's rare, it's unusual, and it's still really playing out. And then on the 8th of April, 4 days before this Cazimi, we've got the total solar eclipse. So the sun and the moon in an eclipse. It's in a new moon pattern. It's exact with Chiron. And then this particular retrograde Cazimi of Mercury in the sign of Aries is also exactly in a conjunction with Chiron. So, you know, this is a very Chironic time. It's, you know, the theme of Chiron is already in play at the time of this first Mercury Cazimi, and it's even stronger by the time this comes around in April. So if I was in your shoes right now, Cancer, I would be really thinking long and hard, what journey am I on right now? What is my healing journey that is really wanting me to expand? And how can I heal whatever is going on for me that is creating a sense of vulnerability in my career, a sense of vulnerability to stand strong for who I am, a vulnerability to receive recognition, to receive gratitude, to be known for what I do. There's a certain level of vulnerability. Now, if you're in a caring profession or a coach or a healing professional, something like that, having Chiron up here could be very, very useful. And it could be a little bit difficult if you've got your Chiron return or something's going over it. But, you know, this could, Chiron isn't always about being in the healing process. It could also be in the mastery process. It can also show up as a master coming into your life. And in the 10th house, masters show up as authority. The 10th house is also about authority figures. So, for you, this particular Cazimi, which is retrograde, meaning that you're likely to be experiencing it internally, like your insight is coming internally to you. What I really get from this is, are you the authority in your life? Are you an authority figure? Or do you have good authority figures or mentors around you that can show you what is currently a skill gap for you? Wherever your vulnerability is, you might choose to look for a really good mentor to help you step into that place of mentorship yourself. So this is a really, really strong one for you, and one that is felt internally. So, whilst, I'm going to be releasing this this week at the time when the North Node and Chiron are together. If you get the chance to view this, you might choose to ask yourself, how am I stepping further into what scares me? How am I becoming a master of what I'm doing? So that's my invitation to you. Anyway, the next Cazimi to come around, it's direct. Again, Mercury's direct, and it's in the 12th house. It's got a Gemini theme, very much picking up on the energy of Gemini there. And of course, Mercury is ruled by Gemini. So, this is potentially a very strong Cazimi energy. Now, the 12th house is absolutely, it's known to be one of the places where we might come undone, where we really notice what we're insecure and fearful of. It's also where we might come to rest. It's also so many things, but it's also a place of deep intuition, psychic energy, also hidden stuff, so hidden enemies, and also how we're sabotaging ourselves. Where is our self-sabotage? So we have got this very clear opportunity to see and notice where we're sabotaging ourselves. And of course, if we're just in this kind of mentorship program that we might be putting ourselves on, by the time this one comes around, you might be ready to really deeply look at where you're cutting yourself in half, metaphorically speaking, where you're dumbing yourself down, where you're not working in your best interests. So, be prepared for some beautiful insight that can move you further into where it is that you want to go. Now, the following insight from this is taking place on August the 19th. It's in the 2nd house. It's in the sign of Leo. It's retrograde. Okay. So, this 2nd house is very much about, it's very much about, what you're earning for a living and how you value yourself. Do you feel valued by other people? Which also does come up here in the 10th. But, this is retrograde. This is you feeling it yourself. Like, people aren't really coming to you to talk to you about it. This is what you're feeling and noticing in yourself. So you might want to think about how open to receiving you are, how open you are to considering new ways of earning money and also valuing yourself. It's a bit of a journey. Now, at the same time that this is happening, it's in a square to Taurus in the 11th house, and it's also in opposition to the moon. So the moon here is kind of almost judging you and saying, how dare you think about going and earning your own money? How dare you think so much about yourself? We're in this together. There are joint values and joint money here. So you're feeling the tension. You're really feeling the tension or the need to do it alone, to get your own resources and to build up your own value, because it almost feels like there's an inner child here that feels undervalued and feels judged. And then the square in the 11th house is reminding you that all the time you're trying to feather your own nest and trying to build your own earnings and build your own resources, you're kind of stepping out of the global vision that, if you've if you're really listening to the news right now, there is definitely a narrative building about how we all need to come together in some kind of global, some people say utopia, other people say dystopia. So this is very much a decision for you. And again, it's a very sort of private decision. It's a private thing that you're thinking through, but be open to getting some sense of resolution or some brainwave, some breakthrough on this. Now, the next one I really like and find very kind of playful. It's in the sign of Libra and it's in a conjunction with the South Node. So it's really taking you away from the constant striving, where your North Node at the moment is trying to get you to focus on your output and the outcome. And actually the South Node here is saying, hey, there's so much more you can realize about yourself. When you look at your past, when you look at what you've achieved, when you look at, where you've come from. And if you're quite shamanic, then it could actually be taking you on a journey of the past. So I just think there's a beautiful level of insight available to you. Now, this very last one is the super duper difficult one, I think, in this year ahead, because it's in the sign of Sagittarius. And of course, Mercury is not happy in the sign of Sagittarius. It's opposing Gemini. And of course, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. So it's really not happy there. It's also retrograde. So Mercury is really not behaving in its usual way. And yet it's been highlighted by the sun in this Cazimi. Moreover, this Cazimi just happens to be in opposition to Jupiter, which is naturally the ruler of Sagittarius and is very uncomfortable in the sign of Gemini. So these two guys are in mutual reception. They're in each other's signs, and they're both retrograde and in opposition to each other. So this is not the sort of like Mercury Cazimi where you're going to get this beautiful brainwave and feel this peace. Is likely to come from this feeling of growing frustration behind the scenes. And this, of course, is between the 6th and the 12th, between your physical health and how organized and on it you feel, and then the unraveling mental health, the unraveling picture of the 12th house, which is almost like we're dissolving, like everything that is hard about us is easing off. This is quite full. This is like full of youthful vigor, and this is full of a waning away. Now, also at the time of this Cazimi, we've got this very strong picture of Pluto that is in opposition to Mars. And these two characters are in opposition for the best part of 5 months, from November right the way through to April of 2025. And so they're in opposition. They make 3 oppositions to be, to be correct, but they're coming in and out of this tightening and releasing opposition. So, we've got this strong desire to feel very sovereign versus this strong controlling energy to be global. So it's like globalism versus sovereignty. And of course, the Sagittarian energy is like freedom, and Gemini is very, very social. Though Sagittarius is very much about the truth and very much about everyone having a great time and good feelings. I think Gemini and Sagittarius both share that. So this is an interesting one. I think the gloves are off with this one. Who knows how it's going to turn out? But suffice to say, with all the opposing energies and these opposing visions and values and the idea of collectivism versus individuality, I think it's mind-blowing. And I think this is the Cazimi of the year that is likely to create the biggest amount of breakthroughs, probably break down to breakthroughs. And so my invitation to you is, how can you become so open to seeing energy patterns, but not judge them, so that an inner knowing can arise, and all of a sudden this like bolt of lightning, this awareness just lights up your whole brain, your whole body. So There you go. Nothing dramatic there then. Anyway, thanks for listening to this one, and on to the next. So I'm having a look now at the effect of the Mercury Cazimi being in the 10th house. Now, for it to be in the 10th house, most likely you've got Gemini ascendant, but you might have late Taurus or early Cancer ascendant too. So yeah, the 10th house Mercury Cazimi, this is the first Mercury Cazimi of 2024. And as you can see, there are 6. There are 3 that are retrograde. They're the ones I've put the big sort of black line around. So they are direct, retro, direct, retro, direct, retro, all the way around until the one in December of 2024. And I've no, doubts this pattern will continue more or less as you go into the next year and the next year, etc., etc. So we've got this first Cazimi, which is happening on the 28th of February, which is an interesting day because on February the 28th, there is also, Saturn and the Sun and Mercury all come together in a very, very powerful conjunction, a super powerful day. And so this Cazimi is really infused with the Saturnian energy, and obviously Saturn's in Pisces. He's not very comfortable in the sign of Pisces, but nonetheless, the idea of making feelings and energetic work, making all that work, it's getting, there's a lot more structure, there's a lot more form around it. So for instance, if you're born with ascendant Gemini and you've got this Cazimi going off in your 10th house, then the flashes of insight, the ability to open up the Cazimi energy is very much focused in creating solid form and creating a better sense of what it is that you do and how you stand in the world, how you're seen in the public eye, how you're recognized, how you are, looked after. Do you have a good reputation? All those kinds of things. It's very much about your legacy. So you may well find that around the February the 28th, not only do you get very serious about your legacy, but all of a sudden there is some kind of insight into how you can make it stronger, more durable, and to have more longevity. Now, Saturn is quite happy in the sort of energetics of the 10th house. If you think of the 10th sign of the zodiac, that's Capricorn, and signs and houses are different as are planets. However, there is still a resonance, that the 10th house about achievement and ambition and recognition is very much singing the tune of Saturn, who absolutely wants power, or not necessarily power, wants the responsibility to be able to tell people what to do. So I think this is quite a helpful Cazimi in terms of getting your career needs met, the whatever insight you're looking for at this exact time, and obviously 17 degrees either side, this is actually there to help you. Now, in the sign of Aries, that's the next one, on the 12th of Aries, it's at 22 degrees in the sign of Aries, and it's in a conjunction with Chiron. Now, we've been talking about Chiron for quite some time, and currently at time of recording, Chiron is in really tight conjunction with the North Node here. So, at the time of recording, we are here in terms of where the sun is, so this is the end of February. Well, just the 21st of February, I'm recording this. So, we're already in this position, Chiron and the North Node are already here. Then 4 days before this Cazimi, we've got the total solar eclipse. Now, the total solar eclipse, obviously, is the sun, the moon, and it is exactly conjunct Chiron. So we've got this very strong Chiron, and a third Chiron event. It's very chironic, in terms of what's going on. So what I would say in preparation for this Cazimi, you may well find that what's going on now, the sun's got to move all this distance for this moment here. But, it feels like it's on a longer storyline arc, whatever is playing off now at the beginning of February in terms of how you're healing, how you're understanding your role, This is very much in your 11th house. It's very much about how you're seen, how you network, how you find the global vision is impacting you. There's so much talk about how everything is getting globalized. And so, individual countries appear to be losing a lot of their natural charms as all these big global companies take over. But there is this idea of a globalized world and how much better it is, and so on and so forth. So any of the harms or the things that you're wanting to heal in your life are having to do with the networks that you're in, and the friendships that you're in, quite possibly stepkids, if that's part of your reality. There might be something deep going on there too, but also the adherence of a global message. It may well not sit right. It may not feel very natural to you. And so, whatever is coming up in this area is there to be reflected upon. Now, I say reflected upon very purposefully because this Cazimi is actually retrograde. So, the energies are very, very potent, but not necessarily outward facing. It's more of an internal process. So I actually see that this one here is like a flash of insight that really is generated within self, but also that seems to answer whatever query has been going on really since the beginning of February, or maybe even beyond that, but it's kind of re-come up, it's bounced back into your consciousness. So yeah, big things going on. The following one in June, on the 14th of June, is emphasizing your first house. Now, obviously, if you do have your ascendant in the sign of Gemini, then this is actually quite a big one for you as well, because A, it's direct. That's kind of helpful. But B, the month before, or not even a month before, on the 25th of May, Jupiter will have crossed over from being in the sign of Taurus and into the sign of Gemini. So, your individuality, your persona, the idea of who you are has already been transformed to some great extent. The transformation process is underway. There's a lot more energy. It appears that there's a lot more opportunities coming for you. I mean, Jupiter coming into this area is seen as quite a good thing. Not so good for the waistline, but it's, where your body gets bigger physically, unless obviously that's something you planned. In my last pregnancy, that was actually when Jupiter came over my ascendant and into my first house. Little side note there. But yeah, this is a time when the intensity of who you are and the opportunity to redesign who you are and really rethink who you are is really coming up. So I see this as quite beneficial. Now, although I see this as beneficial, it's not necessarily without problems. And the astrological weather on that day, this Cazimi is actually in a square to Saturn in Pisces, and it's also in a square to the moon in Virgo. So the moon here is saying, look, it doesn't matter how you are creating your new persona. What's going to happen at home? Be mindful of these changes you're doing, because you could upset the happy balance at home. And so there's this feeling, this almost longing for things to feel really good at home. And then, you're also trying to recreate yourself while you're also in a very serious phase of your career. And it's like, which one of these two are you going to listen to? And in fact, the answer really is neither, because who you are is and your style is something very personal to you. And with Jupiter going through this area, it's going to really highlight this. So I think in terms of this Cazimi, what you're really looking at is self-expression and how you can absolutely decide that it's okay to be you in the moment, without considering what's going on at home and without considering the pressures from work. So yeah, I do see answers and ideas coming forwards. And that might also work in, if you've got a problem within your body, the body is very much captured by the first house as well. The following Cazimi then starts August the 19th. And this one is another one of those retrograde Cazimis. So yeah, it is, it's very much in your third house. So it is, or in fact, it's showing up in the third house if you have the Gemini ascendant, most likely. But it's a third house experience that's been explored. So this particular retrograde is absolutely about how you can understand your amazing new reality in your community. Like, how can you get bigger within your community? How can you solve the issues that you might feel in your community? Now, obviously, the energy of Leo and the third together is more about becoming more important within your community and really feeling that sense of belonging because you're integral to your community. But there are other aspects on this particular day that are worth considering. So at the exact time of this retrograde, we're also in a square to Uranus, showing up around your 12th. There is also a full moon that is applying on that day. So the moon is in Aquarius, coming into the totality of the full moon. So, you know, as you're considering the impact that you might make in terms of your community and all the little things that you're learning about your community to become a lot more sort of focused within it, your heart actually is very much outside of the community. It's thinking absolutely in terms of a bigger context, a bigger picture, being more of a global person. And also, you know, it's the focus is more on spirituality. So you might, what you might choose to ask yourself is, how can I bring a greater level of spirituality and consciousness and the outside into my community safely? Now, this is retrograde, and so it's not so much that you're having an active brainwave moment whilst you're out and about in the community. It's much more of an intensely felt thing. It's self-generated. You're working this out for yourself, and it's like a flash of insight from inside. Now, Uranus also is backing that up, because Uranus is in a very, very reflective and psychic and intuitive part of your chart. And, you know, this absolutely highlights the idea of a flash of insight, this flash of knowing, sudden knowing. So I think this is a particularly strong Cazimi for you. And yet at the same time, it is also, you know, it's also very, very internal and very much, you know, about your lived experience within the community. I really think it's about belonging ultimately, and how you can feel more comfortable where you actually are. Now, the subsequent Cazimi being offered to us on the 30th of September is showing up in the 5th house. Now, this is nice, because I always think that, you know, whatever is going on is leading into the next moment and the next moment. And, you know, who am I to say we're doing everything on a day by day basis? It could be month to month to month, Cazimi to Cazimi. Now, building from this last Cazimi about feeling a greater sense of belonging and a greater understanding of like how you bring the other into the actual community that you're from, and within your peer group. You know, what I'm seeing is this release of creative energy, this release of, and it could be quite flirty energy, it could be quite romantic energy. It could also absolutely be the energy of creation, you know, like creating a child, creating, you know, you have a new hobby, there's something that's absolutely a deep passion. I really see that this sector of your chart is very much about experiencing greater levels of joy. And who doesn't like joy, right? You know, we're all about joy. So this is a very, very strong time for people who are experiencing this in the 5th house. And in this particular Cazimi is also in a conjunction with the South Node. So yeah, this is letting you know that the greatest level of joy for you is currently coming from the past. So you may well find there's a, you know, an insight about a past lover, or an insight as to why things have worked in the past and maybe not now. But the answer and the flashes of insight are absolutely programmed into the past. And it could be past lives if you're a bit more shamanic. But there is something about you that has always been with you that almost needs to come back, needs to be expressed again. And that's where our biggest insights are. Now, the last Cazimi of 2024 is on December the 6th. It's retrograde and it's showing up in this part of your chart, which is obviously very, very sensitive. The 7th house is, one of these very strong houses about everything that is not us. It's everything that is everyone else. So it includes your lovers and best friends. Also includes people that don't like you, that you don't like either. It's a massive, massive projection screen. Now, this is a very, very strong Cazimi, and I'll give you a clue why. So Mercury, first of all, is not in its own sign. It's in an opposing sign. So it's actually really not that strong. It's actually feeling quite weakened. It's also retrograde. So again, Mercury isn't necessarily articulate and on it in terms of detail and facts. You might find that actually with the retrograde energy of it, it's a lot more contextual, a lot more spiritual. And of course, Mercury is really not happy in that position. Mercury is the messenger bringing messages from God to humanity, not the other way around, so it almost feels like the insight and the contextual stuff is all around him, but how does he deliver that out? This isn't functioning the right way. But at the time of this Cazimi, he's also in opposition to Jupiter, his own ruler. Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius, but is in the sign of Gemini. And then Gemini, the ruler, is Mercury in the sign of Sagittarius. So they are both retrograde at the same time. They're in opposition in each other's signs, which is known as mutual reception. So, neither of them are functioning exactly as they normally would. Now, in the mutual reception position, it does give them a little bit of extra strength or a kind of interesting symbiosis. So if we think about what do they both represent at their core, like Mercury, is obviously about travel and moving around, but also about generating information, and is very much more at the factual it's very factual. It's very much kind of rational end of information. It's where we're learning the basics. It has a broader knowledge of lots and lots of facts and things, whereas the Jupiter kind of knowledge, Jupiter, is about many things, but one of the things it's is about faith and spirituality and philosophy and politics and all this stuff. Now the Gemini politics is, this is what this person said at this time, whereas the Sagittarius context of it is, yes, but if we look at the bigger picture, what was he really saying when he said that sentence? Let's explore that. It's a much deeper dive, and it could go off in any direction. Really good. You're shooting all these arrows, with the Sagittarius energy, and that you have to shoot a lot off because you might not hit the bullseye first time because it's so exploratory. So we've got these ideas of information and learning and also travel and movement. And so, what I would say here is one of the challenges is, how are you using information at this time? There you are being called to make your more spiritual relationships a bit more understandable. And at the same time, you're being called to expand upon the purpose of who you are and how you are in relationships. So it's fascinating. This is the least annoying. Like when I've been looking at this position for other ascendants, it's created a bit of I think an internal crisis. Whereas this one, it feels a bit more like, actually, well, this needs to be done. It's okay. We've been working towards this moment. So yeah, I get that this could be quite useful, but it's not necessarily without some pain. It's also in a square to Saturn in Pisces, which again is it's very much in your 10th house. Saturn in Pisces is really wanting all of your relationships to reflect the fact that you are growing in stature and growing in importance. So yeah, how are your great big philosophical friends and friendships and relationships? How are they benefiting the expansion of your status right now? So yeah, this is bringing up quite a lot, and it's, I would say, the most thought-provoking Cazimi moment of 2024. So there you have it. I hope that's helpful to you. So let's have a look at this next one. We're having a look at the 11th house Mercury Cazimi now. So the first aspect of this, I would say, is this first Cazimi for you. I mean, the chances are, if you've got this Cazimi going on in your 11th house, that you are somebody with Taurus ascendant. You might actually be the end of Aries or the beginning of Gemini, but mostly it'll be people with a Taurus ascendant that experience the Cazimi in the 11th house. Now, this one has Saturn attached to it. It's in a conjunction with Saturn, an exact conjunction with the Sun and Mercury and Saturn. It's got a very, very strong feeling. And it's absolutely giving you insight into shape and form and structure and how things can be made more permanent, how things can have a much greater longevity, how you can age, and how things will develop and mature. Now, this is in particular, its emphasis is very much around the collectivism that you might be currently experiencing. It's very much highlighted around the idea that you've got insights and knowledge, and this almost like something is coming into play to allow you to understand how it all fits together, what your place is within the global plan, or within, the idea of the 11th house, at one level is very much about your friends and networks. And then you could go a little bit bigger, a little bit more expanded, and it's a co-created reality. Now, some people might call that globalism. That's how it looks on the outside, but it could also be very much that you're co-creating a better future with your friends and pals and stuff. So this is a very important placement. This is a very important Cazimi position to explore. For some people, this place represents utopia. For others, it represents a dystopia. So there will be insights for you, whichever way you're looking at this. But it should allow you to find a level of stability and almost like an anchor point for you to reach off and push off from. So I like that idea. Now, leading up from this time to the next one, you're going through a lot of change. So this next Cazimi on the 12th of April, it's retrograde, and it's also in a conjunction with Chiron. Now, let me just backtrack just a second, because this is, at the time that I was recording this, the 20th to the 21st of February, Chiron is in a conjunction here with the North Node. And then over the course of this time between here and April the 12th, when the Sun and Mercury are here, Chiron is edging closer and closer to this point. Now, on the 8th of April, Chiron is involved in a total solar eclipse. So there's the Sun and the Moon creating a new moon energy, but it's an eclipse one. And it's also got an exact conjunction with Chiron. So whatever is going on with this Chiron North Node energy in this 12th house part of your chart it's a continuous theme that's just changing and evolving a little bit. So in terms of the Chiron and the North Node, you might be transforming insecurities based on the direction you're taking in life and trying to work it out. And of course, it's in the 12th house. So they're not necessarily insecurities that you've been able to easily articulate. These might have seemed quite mysterious. They're in your blind spot, aren't they? And then around the time of the total solar eclipse, you might find that all of a sudden you can really see them, and you get this sense that there's a new start for you in terms of any insecurities that you've had, and that you can actually master them. And then on the 12th, there is this, at the time of the Cazimi, which is retrograde and in a conjunction with Chiron, I think there is this time to turn around, really turn around, and have a very deep moment of insight about how you can evolve through your insecurities, evolve through your fears. And of course, the moment you do that, it puts you into a place of the master. It's a mastery program that you're on right now. So I see this as a very deep spiritual mastery program that you're initiating for yourself, which I can't think of any greater gift, to be fair. I mean, that's huge. So there's a huge potential for this very deep and reflective and slightly painful Mercury Cazimi. Now, the next one that occurs in June the 14th, it's highlighting this area of your chart, which is the second house. It's highlighting the idea that There are new ways to see yourself and value yourself. There's new ways to be valued. There are absolutely an infinite amount of possibilities of how you can be resourced and additionally resourced, like how you can receive more, how you can enjoy more. But it all comes from here. And this could very well build up from the previous Cazimi, where you were really deeply moved by the experiences that, you know, and the shifting of old insecurities and fears that you had and maintained. So it's quite, you know, I'm not surprised that at this point, around June the 14th, you might actually be responding to your intrinsic value. Now, one of the things that's playing into this also is the fact that it's in a square to the moon on the day of the Cazimi, and it's also in a square to Saturn. So you're looking at yourself and your value in terms of maybe how you can receive more, whilst also there is this moon energy highlighting your fifth house. It's really asking you to be deeply creative, but to self-create. And that might include romance and sensuality. It might involve the energies of new and exciting passions and joy, you know, so your attention is really over here. So, you know, one of the things you're working through is, how can I receive more whilst also enjoying what brings me passion and joy? You know, for a lot of people, their work doesn't do that, which is an absolute travesty, I think. I think, you know, if we're going to be spending so much time doing something, let it be something that lights us up, right? But the other square, you know, Saturn in the 11th is absolutely quite practical and saying, well, we've all got to play our part. We've all got to be responsible for things. And, you know, responsibility isn't necessarily joyful. So how are you going to work through this? I don't know. But that's the beauty of the Cazimi, is it brings you that extra possibility that you hadn't yet considered. So have that as a focal point. And I think that would be helpful. Now, the following one, which is in Leo and it's retrograde, it's on August the 19th. It is, again, packed with square energy. So it's a retrograde Cazimi, highlighting the fourth house of your experience. Maybe you're needing a breakthrough at home. Maybe you're needing a little bit of extra insight as to how to manage your home and to understand your position within it. Maybe actually how to buy a house or feel a lot more secure. Of course, the Leo energy in the fourth is about feeling a lot more important at home, and to feel like an integral piece. So you might be needing to make some shifts. Now, the astrological weather on that day, so at the time of the Cazimi, it's also in a square to Uranus in your first house, and also in opposition to the moon. In fact, the moon is coming into its full culmination. It's coming into the full moon position at the time of the Cazimi. So this Cazimi has all sorts of, you know, additional pressures to it. So whilst you're trying to feel a lot more important at home, it feels at some level that there's like an emotional tension about how you also are able to be seen in your actual public profile, you know. And of course, with Uranus here in the first house, it's also stirring up this need for greater independence. It's also stirring up this greater need to change and this greater need to to not be so steady at all. In fact, you know, it's saying, come on, let's be a bit rebellious. So like there's this rebelliousness whilst also really deeply wanting to transform your energy at home. So I don't know what you're up to at this point, but I think this particular Cazimi, which is felt very internally, given that it's retrograde, you know, this is something that you're intuiting for yourself. Your greatest intuition comes from actually getting out on that day and getting some time alone, you know, whether you're holed up at home or I think you should get out and about, you know, with the moon in the 10th house and with Uranus in your first. I think you should walk it off and see what occurs in that moment. But some independence, I think, is needed at that point. So let's see what is brought to you with that Mercury Cazimi. The following one on the 3rd of September is a much easier one to work through and has lots of very easy to understand opportunities. So the first thing to consider is that this Mercury Cazimi is in the sign of Libra, and it's highlighting your 6th house, which is absolutely about finding the harmony in your daily routines, finding the harmony and the harmony point, the sweet point in your health, your fitness, your diet, how you manage your money and your home and how tidy you are and stuff. So it's about finding that sweet spot, that balance point, and how you might suddenly realize what it is that's missing. Now, here's the real key. At the time of this particular Cazimi, it's in a conjunction with the South Node. So there's a massive clue. The South Node is about what we've come from. It's also about our talents that maybe we were born with. It's about a lot of us from the past. And, you know, for those shamanic people that are watching, that this might resonate with, it might even take you on a bit of a journey into past lives. And how there are experiences and ideas that you have that you want to bring into your right now present, this present moment. So how does the past bring greater harmony in your life? How does what you've known in the past, how do your past skills that maybe you'd forgotten about, how do they all play a part in creating this smoother experience for you on September the 30th? There is an opportunity to expand your mind and raise your consciousness here. Now, the last Cazimi of 2024 is on December the 6th, and it's a retrograde one again. You know, all the fire signs are retrograde. Like the Mercury retrogrades are all in the fire signs this year. So this is absolutely one of these reflective moments. It's in the 8th house, which is particularly psychic. You know, in fact, these retrogrades for you in this year ahead have all been in these very psychic houses. You know, the 4th is deeply intuitive, the 8th is intuitive and a bit traumatic, and really links us into our DNA, our whole DNA history, our whole I can't remember the word I'm trying to find, but it's about your hereditary, it's about your ancestors and about the connection between you all and the cycles of life, you know, the continuous story of the cycle of life. It's a place of ancient secrets and generations and wisdom, and also about the judgments that those people before us might have on us and how we might choose to free ourselves of it. So it's not something you can just jump off. You can't just jump off from the cycle of life until you actually do. So, you know, this Mercury Cazimi is about how you can manage the sort of inheritance, the cycles of life inheritance, and how you can understand the judgments that might have been put on you, and also how you can live in the shared wealth, the shared resources of your family and lovers and whatnot. You know, how can you manage all of that? And, you know, obviously the other retrograde, Cazimi has also been in the 12th house, which is about, you know, it's one of the places of our undoing. Again, it's a very secret place, a very private place, a very intuitive place. So these are absolutely shaping your experience in this year ahead. And this final one, it's reminding you of the connections that you have with your ancestors, and that you are on this path of evolution, and that maybe the big insight for you is actually it's safe to let go of whatever it is you've been holding on to in this previous life. You know, like you might be, for instance, okay, let's use me as an example. You might be at the end of the time of being a menstruating woman. You might be about to go through a change. You might be about to go through one of these rites of passage where you are letting go of some of your potential and then moving into the future, which is as yet unknown because you've not experienced it. You've got the judgments of other people of how it should feel and how you can progress through it. But it's not to say that you'll know what it is until you actually experience it yourself. So it might be a flash of insight about how this works. Now, here's the tricky part to this Cazimi, or the interesting, let's say interesting. It's in mutual reception to Jupiter. So Jupiter, the traditional ruler of Sagittarius, is in the sign of Gemini, and Mercury, the traditional ruler of Gemini, and Virgo. I should say Jupiter also rules Pisces, by the way, just for levity, in parity. But you know, Mercury is the ruler of Gemini, but is here in Sagittarius. So they're both in each other's signs. they're both retrograde and they're both in opposition. So there is, you might want to look at the shared meanings of both of them. So in the Gemini house, it's very much about making what is known rationally a lot more spiritual and having a deeper understanding of it. And in the 8th house, it's about, okay, yeah, well, this 8th house is a place of secrets and mysticism, and it holds so much promise. And yet let's look at the facts of it. You know, it's not comfortable. Neither planet are comfortable here. And also they are both square to Saturn. So this Saturn square is like shown up with all of these Cazimis, pretty much. So yeah, maybe the answer, if you can't resolve how you are feeling valued in the 2nd and also prospered in the 8th, and if you're having difficulty understanding the stage of life that you're in at the moment, maybe the thing to hold on to is this Saturn position in the 11th house, that we all have our part to play. You know, no matter where you are in this transition, we still need to be here. We still have an intrinsic value because we are here. If you're here, it's because you're meant to be here. So yeah, who knows how this resolves for you, but this is definitely this existential, I would say this is the existential Cazimi of the year. So good luck with those insights. So I hope that idea of all of these insights for you in this year ahead has been helpful, and wish you very, a good ride with it. Anyway, let's have a look at this last position right now. So I'm now looking if you have, and the chances are it's, you have Aries ascendant, you might have an early Taurus, or maybe even a late Pisces. But, if you've got this Mercury Cazimi going on in your 12th house, this first one on the February the 28th, then this is a very, very strong one. And this is probably an insight that might not necessarily be very comfortable. Now, it's in a conjunction with Saturn. So you've got Mercury, the Sun, and Saturn exactly at 9 degrees. And I'm doing a separate video about the actual 3 of them together, and the subsequent cycles of experience that come from these moments in time. But in terms of the Cazimi itself, and the positioning of this in your chart, it's giving you a lot of really, really deep insights. Now, they're not going to be insights that you're unaware of, because, Saturn moving through this area of your chart, he's been here for quite some time, kind of like almost like scraping any sort of foundational dirt and discomfort. He's kind of like scraping it and trying to, it's almost like this experience of stirring you to create some foundations. It's almost like he's raking the ground or making the ground ready to put in some internal fortifications in the unconscious of your mind. Now, it's an interesting one because the unconscious mind, which I think is very much representative of the 12th house, it's what you can't see. It's a blind spot. You can't consciously see it. So Saturn here, I think, is trying to make conscious all that is unconscious in your experience. So with this Cazimi, you've got this huge flash of insight as a possibility of consciously seeing what's going on, consciously being able to put your finger on how you're experiencing these energies, so that you can do something with them, so that you can transform them. Now, obviously, this is one of the maybe least understood positions for this Cazimi. I mean, your insight, your intuition, your psychic abilities could just absolutely switch on or go up a notch at this point. But, the 12th house is our blind spot. It's one of these places that is very, very difficult to articulate. It's that sense of knowing. So maybe, as an intention, you might want to create a stronger sense of knowing. How can you know, not just through your mind and your heart, but how can you have this whole body knowing would be what I would maybe intend for, because Saturn is giving form. So how can you give form to your unconscious knowing so that you know it? So they're just some thoughts there. But at the time of this Cazimi, we've also got, and this is running into the next Cazimi, we've also got Chiron and the North Node in a conjunction in your first house. And here's the thing, obviously at this point on the 28th, the sun is approximately here. It's at 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces. But by the time of the next Cazimi, it has moved all the way here. So, and on the 8th of April, the sun and the moon are in a new moon position. They're actually in a total solar eclipse. So it's an eclipsed new moon. It's obviously involving the nodes as the eclipses do. And it's exact in a conjunction with Chiron. So we've got this current Chiron situation going on that is reignited around the 8th in a really big way. And then on the 12th, the Mercury Cazimi is also picking up on the Chiron energy. So I would say also with this first Cazimi, be mindful of what it's leading to at the end, around the 12th of April. It's bringing in fresh insight almost to help you sum up what this period of time has created for you. So, the total solar eclipse, I think the sum total of our insecurities and hurts and things that we need to heal comes to fruition. I really think we get this this huge opportunity to properly see it. And then, with this retrograde Cazimi, we've got the opportunity to not only see it, but be able to process it internally and really get to the gold of the situation. So I almost feel like it's the end point of a story arc, like you watch something on Netflix, you're watching a whole season, and each episode is a separate thing that you're dealing with, but throughout the whole of the season there is a storyline arc. There is a story that starts and it usually ends by the end of the season, usually with a new storyline arc to lead you into the next season. So, you may well end it and also change it around the time of the 12th of April. So this is a very, very intense time for you, because whatever you're resolving here has a lot to do with your identity, who you believe yourself to be, like what is your purpose here. It's very, very deep instinctual stuff. Now, as the Cazimi picture re-emerges on June the 14th in the sign of Gemini, Mercury is very happy in the sign of Gemini. It rules Gemini. And there are some changes. Obviously, we've had Jupiter just going into Gemini just a couple of weeks before that. So this whole energy area of your chart is absolutely kind of expanding. That's the Jupiter energy, expanding into sort of hopefulness and an excitement, so you may well find that you're a lot busier, a lot more social. You're learning a lot more within your local community, which might be really well needed. And maybe your profile as a person, note that I was talking about that just 2 months before. It's like the profile of who you are is now really expanding and becoming known within your local community and within your friendship circles. So there's something really great to be learning here. Now, at the time of this Cazimi, when you could be absolutely, having your mind rocked, you could have these great ideas. You could, it's almost like your thinking just gets so much stronger. You've also got at the same time a square to the moon in Virgo, and also a square to Saturn in your 12th house. So however you are expanding in your local environment and feeling bigger, like a bigger fish, and a lot more of a social fish in a small pool, you are still reminded not to get ahead of yourself. Sorry, that's Saturn in the 12th. It's saying, don't forget what could happen if you grow too fast. And then the moon here in the sign of Virgo is saying, okay, well, whatever you're doing is going to have a knock-on effect on how you manage your life. And so you might find that the busyness all of a sudden, overwhelms you. So be aware of that. It's important. Maybe this Cazimi can help you find that balance between being very, very internal and trying to keep your fears quiet, whilst also knowing that you are really wanting to express yourself. And the real danger is, how do you fit it all in? How do you manage to manage it without it overwhelming you and making you suddenly burnt out? So there are lots of possibilities for this Cazimi period. Now, the following one, taking place on August the 19th, in the sign of Leo, which is absolutely lighting up your 5th house. If you think of the 5th house, the sign of Leo is the fifth. It's the fifth sign. So, you've got the fifth, you've got Leo, which, I always think the energy of this, and of course the ruler of Leo is the sun. So, it's like you've got the sun, you've got Leo, you've got the fifth. They're all got a similar resonance. They're different, but there is a similarity. There is this kind of mutuality. There's this sort of understanding. All three of them have something to do with what you're creating and the joy. Now, the Leo side of it really wants to be seen and be integral. And the sun part of it also is like your personality. So there is this deep desire, I think, to get very, very creative because it brings you joy, and also to become more indomitable, like become stronger in your personality, be absolutely seen in that deeply creative way. Or, like the fifth house is also very much about new starts. And getting this new kind of this new boost in vitality. Now, the sun, if you think about it, the sun is how we are regulating our cycles. When we have our solar return each time when we come back to our birthday, there is this opportunity to kind of start again. We're always going around with solar cycles. So I do think this is a Cazimi, very much about a fresh start. And a more exciting start and a more joyful start. Now, because this is a retrograde Cazimi, I would also say, and the retrograde, by the way, for this one starts in Virgo and comes into the sign of Leo. So I would say, your new start is born out of this sense of, your life isn't quite working out how you want it to. Maybe you're not able to get that balance and keep things clean and neat and tidy and understand how everything fits together. It's maybe that you're trying to push too many things in your life that don't make natural sense, and you're trying to squish them all together, and you're like aware of how sort of uncomfortable it feels. And so with this retrograde motion and this belief in this new start, this new feeling, this need that you absolutely want to experience joy, I really think this is an internal process. This isn't something you can necessarily work out by asking people what they would do in your position, because you absolutely have to feel it yourself. The fifth house is very much about self-creation and self-recreation. So I hope that's helpful to you. And yeah, curious to see what you do with it, right? Now, the next Cazimi is showing up, and this is really delightful, I think, from your perspective. This is showing up, highlighting the area of partnerships for you. And the Cazimi is in the sign of Libra. So there is this desire to find, a balance with your relationship, find more of a sweetness, and to experience more of that. And what thinking might be involved to make that happen. If you think of Mercury as a messenger from the gods, bringing messages from the gods to humanity, there is this idea of a journey of bringing this extra sweetness to your reality. And I wonder how you can bring that sweetness of the gods into your relationships. Now, this is also in a conjunction with the South Node. So you may well be reminded of previous relationships, or maybe even a lover from the past. Maybe some of the answers that you're seeking are coming from the past. If you're quite shamanic, you might even be venturing into past lives and past marriages and past relationships and stuff. You might think, hang on, I've already got one. I don't need, a past lover, past husband or wife. Well, that sounds more than I can handle. But, the past is really important for you to recreate your future, and actually to recreate your now moment. The past is really important for you to be able to bring the godly or the sweet message of what is possible into your relationships. So I really love the potential of insight that's showing up here. Really, really, truly love it. Now, the final Cazimi for you in 2024 is lighting up this ninth area of your chart. Now, it's naturally very much aligned to the sign of Sagittarius, which is the ninth sign of the zodiac. And it's naturally, the sort of like natural planetary ruler of this house would be Jupiter. Now, here's where it gets a bit interesting, because Mercury is the ruler of Gemini and Virgo, but it's in its opposing house. It's not very strong here. Now, Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius, but is actually in its opposing house. So both Mercury and Jupiter are in their opposing signs. You know, they are playing to each other's strengths, but not their own. Moreover, they're both retrograde at the exact time of this Mercury Cazimi. So they're retrograde, they're in opposition, they're in a mutual reception, they're in each other's signs. This is an interesting one, you know, really, really interesting, because, you know, the Jupiter function of wanting to explore and expand, the context of quite rational, but deeply broad interested Gemini energy. You know, it's almost scattering the sort of deepening of Jupiter. And then, you know, Mercury up here is trying to itemize and understand the expansive energies of Jupiter, like of the Sagittarian energy. And it's not entirely comfortable there, because the Sagittarian energy is a lot foggier than the Gemini one. So yeah, both planets are trying to understand information from a completely different perspective. So yeah, this is an interesting one. And at the same time as this Cazimi, Saturn is also in the square to both of them in the 12th house. So Saturn is that point of certainty, really, in the 12th house, which is, I guess, you know, if you're trying to get the sum total of your experience, if you're trying to process everything, you might actually find it easier to understand that actually, you know, the Saturn in the 12th house is saying, look, we're all in this reality together. We all have one part to play. Well, we have one life, and we might have many parts to play within this life, but essentially we have this life, and then at some point we don't have this life, and we move on to something as yet unknown. And I say that very purposefully because, you know, we don't know much about what's going on in the 12th house. It's very much our unconscious that's playing out, and Saturn here is really trying to make that conscious, you know, like, so we can be aware of eternity, or aware of the true connection that we have to all beings in all time zones. You know, like, what is the reality of time and space? You know, this could get extremely unruly, you know, this Mercury Cazimi. So you can have this real big insight, you know, and I think the insight that's possible here is coming from the pressure of wanting to understand what this is all about, really wanting to understand it, whilst also trying to compare what it's all about to your reality within your community and your you know, what's happening for you right now. How do you marry these two up? You know, the sense of eternity that you feel is real, but you can't put your finger on. And yet you've got this very sort of mundane but exciting world that you're living in. So whatever is going on here is likely to really blow the whole paradigm apart, should you let it. So there you go. I hope that's helpful for you in navigating this year ahead with all of these fantastic Cazimi opportunities. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. Right, moving on. Now, I did earlier in this video mention that I was actually born with Mercury Cazimi, and I kind of glossed over it. And then I was reflecting. I thought, well, hang on, what does it mean to me, and how can I explain it? Because I've never really considered what it's like. I mean, a bit like how a builder does all this building work for other people, but never attends to his own stuff. Well, usually, you know, like your own house is the last one. It's the same for me as an astrologer. You know, I'm always looking at other people's chart, and very rare, you know, and I've got a working knowledge of mine, but I never really work with it in the same way as I would with a client's chart. So isn't that paradoxical? But yeah, my sun is down here at 2753 in the sign of Sag. So that the last Cazimi of this year is going to be interesting, because I kind of understand the energy being born in a Sagittarius Cazimi. Now, you know, of all the signs, a Sagittarius or a Pisces Cazimi are probably the ones that are very awkward for the Mercury energy, because Mercury naturally rules Virgo and Gemini, where, you know, if you think of like the, you know, Mercury, it articulates ideas, and it's able to communicate quite succinctly. If you think of a Gemini, I remember like growing up and going to the grammar school, and there were loads of Geminis around. In fact, when I was studying statistics, I actually did, because I loved astrology so much, I did a statistics project to look at the split of the star signs across my year. And there were tons and tons of Geminis, loads of them. It was absolutely weighted heavily on the Geminis. Now, the next heavily sort of weighted sign was Sagittarius. They're both teachers in their own right, and they're both studiers. The third and the ninth house polarity is very much about learning and information, and Sagittarius and Gemini are absolutely about learning and information, but from different perspectives. And the Gemini one is a lot easier to articulate. They create shorter sentences that have a beginning and an end, very distinct ones. And they have a much broader scope of interest, like they know this and they know this and they know about that celebrity gossip over there. So they know like lots of things, and they know everyone, and they've got fingers in loads and loads of pies. Whereas the Sagittarius experience of expanding into information is like, I love this subject. Let's look at it in its entirety. And oh, yes, I see now that there's a link to this subject here. So like the information comes up, it arises, but it arises as more of a process than a start and an end. It's like the in and the out breath. It's like a journey, like it really takes information into a journey. Whereas Gemini, it has so many more of these mini journeys. For instance, Mercury has a lot to do with travel. He is the patron. He is the patron of he's a protector of travelers. Anyone that's moving around a lot and moving from A to B, he is about movement. And so Geminis, I guess if we were looking at travel from that perspective, the Gemini travel is lots of short trips, lots of city breaks and things like that. Whereas the Sagittarius way of doing it is to go and absorb all the energy, like have a gap year, or like go away and live somewhere, which funnily enough, I've done. I'm now living in my 5th country. And yeah, I spend a lot of time in a country, and exploring and absorbing the information. Now, some of that will be, my Pisces moon as well, and my Jupiter in the sign of Pisces, which Jupiter is a ruler of Pisces. So I've got a lot of Sagittarius Pisces energy. But yeah, in terms of how the Mercury Cazimi has, I think, affected me, I've always had lots of brain waves and insight coming in. I've also got Uranus in my 12th, which, may well emphasize like the flashes of insight. And, my Uranus is nicely connected to the moon in a trine. It's very present, and it's also in a lovely sextile to my Mercury, my Sun, and my Venus. So insight is there, and obviously I'm a channel more than an astrologer. But the idea of doing things correctly or doing things in a scholarly way is just not me. How people could be real book people and they can look at things and say, oh yeah. Well, see, I will look at things, but I will reread the same page over and over and over again and look for more insight. So yeah, how has this affected me? Well, I think speed is of the essence. So and being momentary, because if you think the Cazimi just happens and then it kind of unhappens, it finishes. So my job has always involved me being in the moment and always just in time delivery. So I've worked as a trainer for years, teaching, and needing to think on my feet is definitely something that I'm able to do at the drop of a hat. I love it, which is probably why I like doing videos, in particular live ones, in fact, where I have to think on my feet. Years and years ago, I worked as a rep. So I was working as a travel rep. In fact, I decided not to go to university. I just left school and I went traveling, just went and lived in other places. And my experience was absolutely about looking after travelers, funnily enough. So I was a rep dealing with problems, all sorts of problems. In fact, the more that came up, the better things were. So it's always about being in the moment of needing to resolve an issue. And that's when these mind flashes come up. That's when I'm at my best, really, when I'm putting myself on the spot and being open to seeing what information comes in and what's received. When I have to prepare something, Hello, Solomon. How are you? Come on. Oh, the kids have woken up now. This is our youngest. So thanks, love. Thanks, love. So when I have to prepare something and take time doing it, I'm not so good at that. My husband's brilliant at it. Like he is a journalist. He's also a YouTuber, but he's a journalist predominantly, and he's a writer, and he's got his Mercury. He's got a very, very strong Gemini function, and so he's able to create these beautiful sentences that have lots of meaning, lots of interest, pull all these things together, and he's able to do it very easily. Whereas for me, I agonize over, like, the more time I have to do something, the worse it gets. So yeah, I have these flashes of insight, but I often get there in these really circuitous long paragraphs rather than concise sentences. So I've never actually thought of myself as a particularly strong communicator. I'm good at creating and conveying an idea or an impression, but not able to say A to B happens like this. So yeah, I sometimes confuse people to convey a message. My mind never switches off. So, you know, those people that can be really regular and meditate easily, that just for me doesn't happen. But what I find is I can do a living meditation, you know, whereby I go for walks, or I used to swing poi, which is a bit like juggling, you know, like performance arts, where you're doing things with both sides of your body. So I like where I'm using my body and practicing something in the moment. That's when I have a sort of meditative experience. Like washing up actually really helps me, but actually sitting down and trying to clear my mind makes no sense to me. I just cannot do it, or haven't been able to so far. Yeah, so that's my experience of having Mercury Cazimi. Is I have this sense of, yes, I can have this brilliant idea, and I've got this great sense of knowing, but I find that I struggle to articulate it, yet also want to broadcast and share information, share things that occur to me. So yeah, it's quite an interesting one. But anyway, this brings me really to the end of the video. And, you know, at the start of it, I was telling you about, or sharing my thoughts about what the Cazimi is, how it works, how you can see what under the beams are, combust, and the Cazimi position, how they come about. And if you miss that bit, then go back in the chapters. This particular coding for this one is particularly strong. And I do see that it's leading into the following one in April, which is a retrograde one, which is fascinating. And hopefully I've helped you to see how these insights can link together in your life in this year ahead. I hope so. Hope that's been helpful. So yeah, there you go. I hope this has given you a fresh insight into how this can all work for you, and how you can use this moment of brilliance to light up your life in a much more compelling way. I just want to put another shout out to the people that support me, because I love you. And I just couldn't have done this without you, or I would have done, but I much prefer doing this with the support from people, because it lets me know that what I'm doing has some value. And so thank you for helping me see that. I really, really appreciate you. And if you would like to sponsor the show, or just like make a donation, if you look underneath in the notes, you'll see that there's a link where you can do it as a regular donation here on YouTube. Or if you just wanted to buy me a coffee, there's a link to do that too. But anyway, however you are at the moment in the world, whatever's going on, if I can be of help, then please do call on me. I'm now open to doing readings again, and you can see all my details below. But I'm very, very happy to connect and help you unravel your chart and help you have these breakthroughs, sometimes breakdowns to breakthroughs. But if I can be of help in that process to you, then please do count on me. Thank you so much for watching today. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you again here real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now.